so broken because Chris can't figure out this shit on his own. Because it's so broken, I actually literally cannot tell if we're streaming or not. Or because I've literally got to the point where my cursor has stopped. Yeah, it's a good thing nobody can hear me swear.
Now you can hear it. Now you can hear it.
Okay, I start swearing and then it starts working. Okay, right. I'm gonna very quickly exit out of the premium. Hopefully it won't destroy the stream. So. There we go, lazy. Right. Again. We can actually get a few things in before the start. There we go. That was Nick Homewood, actually, our race director there. We were just listening to. Getting ready for the start. And we should talk a little bit, before we start, about the 83 field. The race hasn't started yet, so we can't get into it. But here we go. I'm trying to figure out the stream as I'm talking, which is not. Here we go. So this is, I believe, the grid for GT3. It's the 979 car, driven by Jake Dennehan, who's on pole, I believe.
Was
on pole, yes. And should start the race from the very top, just ahead of the Callaway Competition Corvette number 5, driven by Bruno Di Bastiani. New driver, I think. So we have got a couple of new teams in GT3, which will be ones to watch out for. As you can see on the current screen, the only one who's been able to send in delivery in time for the new season is Abstino Force Polonia's GT3 entry, I think, with the number 36, driven by Joseph Fagg. It's a BMW, I think. So Abstino have decided to stick with the BMW. A lot going for the Corvette, a couple of teams going for the Ferrari as well, as we see in the background, actually, in the pit lane. GT3 and LMP2 car getting stuck again. It's Peter Vagapov, our champion, and Fag, I was just talking about, and Maguli have all phased into each other on our streaming end. You can see them in the corner, just going around in a circle like they're doing a really big, awkward, slow burnout. And Riley McKibben trying to exit has found himself, he can't. He's got nowhere to go. It's all blocking the exit. They're all in front of this big warehouse that forms a pit lane at NOLA, Motorsports Park. But yeah, okay, so it's a little bit of comedy before we start.
Yeah, I think the Corvette was always going to be the most popular car as it was introduced for this season. It was always going to be popular, but yeah.
We did see at Le Mans. We did see at Le Mans though, a couple of drivers going for the Corvette and really struggling actually in spinning. So the Corvette may be quite fast car, but not necessarily the easiest to handle. We know the BMW, for instance, is very quick in a straight line, but not the best car in the corners. A lot of other teams preferred the McLaren GT3. I think it was the 650, wasn't it? Oh, someone took me. I'm not sure if that's in the stream or actually on mine. But anyway, hopefully. The connection being a bit laggy, ladies and gentlemen, but hopefully we can get things underway pretty soon. So, it's a 2.75 length lap here at NOLA, and so it's pretty challenging. There's quite a lot of long radius corners in the first sector, and then the last sector is a little bit more twisty and technical.
Yeah,
I would say.
Yeah, turn 1 is pretty fast right-hander, but you have to be careful because you immediately need to swing the car back over to the left, and it's a series of hairpins, and then that triple right-hander, the second right-hander definitely being the tightest and probably where we're going to see the most mistakes, and probably
especially
the best
with
overtakes too.
Yeah, especially with that curb on the inside, you really can unbalance your car there and make it quite a big mistake if you get it wrong.
Yeah, then there's another fast chicane before we head into that technical section in Sector 3, which Ed was on about. First, a right-handed semi-hairpin.
I'd say it's not to look out for in the race.
Yeah, it's not quite tight enough.
Fast S's and the GT3s, they're really on the limit there.
Yeah, will be a good spot to see overtakes.
That's
and
really something we can look forward to there.
You head into a long left-hander, even longer right-hander back onto the start-finish straight.
Okay, so just to remind me, because I'm trying to control the screen at the same time, so I'm trying to remember, trying to figure out if I can use my keystrokes to actually change the camera so we can actually switch between drivers, or if it's set automatically. Okay, we're apparently really low on the stream, so I can turn us up to maximum.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
that's what I was spoken to you about.
Okay, sorry, because I've got it full screen here, so, and now, literally every time I alt tab out, it freezes up on me. This is great.
Oh yeah, this is fantastic. Everything is going swimmingly fine.
But it's a seamless broadcast. I'm sure people have it.
And Pascal's lost connection as well, which makes everything even better.
Yeah. Okay. Bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. Probably why it's a good idea not to do this in full screen.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it full. To avoid doing that in case something else happens.
It does make it easier to make out what I'm clicking. Okay. Restart very quickly, and I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, once the grid is all set, we will be ready to go. But is there anyone we haven't talked too much about GD3 there? Is there anyone that we haven't talked about? We talked a little bit about Abstinio Force Polonia. One of their leading drivers, James Juba, is only qualified, I think, 5th or 6th GD3. So that indicates maybe that James Juba, who we've seen throughout the season, has set some phenomenally quick lap times, especially at Le Mans, which seems to be a great circuit for him, but also elsewhere. And it seems that he either hasn't quite got to grips with NOLA, couldn't quite get the lap in time done in qualifying, or perhaps we have a lot of new challengers that have raised the level in terms of one-lap pace in GD3. It's going to be very interesting to see how things shake out down there. GD3 always ends up being a very entertaining scrap, whereas LMP2, the cars are much faster, they've got much more downforce. It's a bit more common that you see these big gaps opening up. But it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, this is the season opener as well. Everyone wanting to impress and get off to the best possible start, so a lot of preparation will have gone into this race. So I think, yeah, it's probably more a case of just that bar being so high.
Okay.
Compared to what we would
So
expect.
we should be a bit louder now. I think the reason I turned it down.
Whisper test.
Oh, that's Nick Homewood, just one of our race directors, just giving us a little bit of a heads up, checking the audio systems to make sure all is going well. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out
we need to ask our
is set up to change cameras.
Yeah, we're going to need to ask our stream chat if we're loud enough now.
Well, yeah, we can see a car flipping in the pit lane. I think that's the Reading Game Studios car.
This pit lane is a bit of a mess. If I'm honest, I don't think suitable enough, particularly where the cars are all parked. Stream chat says it's good now, Ed.
Yeah, good. I can hear myself echoing. So it's going to be difficult for me, but everyone else can.
Well, take your win. I guess we have to take our wins with our losses then.
Exactly. Yes.
Like
that's why it took me ages to try and figure it out. Anyway, we have about 21 minutes of warm-up left, but I doubt we'll get through all of it.
Yeah, I doubt that as well. We'll probably be underway within the next quarter of an hour.
So hopefully we can just get a live timing up in the corner if I can.
Yeah, 4 hours this race. I think it's probably the shortest one on the calendar, and then after this one we have a massive 12-hour race at Daytona in 3 weeks' time. Only 3 weeks. Fun. It's not a huge gap for endurance, but yeah, this season will go on all the way into October. Season finale 16th of October. The 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps in the Ardennes forest of Belgium.
Well, that is going to be 4 hours. Spa, a fantastic circuit, of course.
One of the best circuits in the world, without a doubt. But yeah, 4 hours here today at NOLA. It's the shortest race of the season. Of course, with a short time comes even shorter time to make up for mistakes. And there's very big characteristic of NOLA. There's not much runoff. There's a few curbs, but nothing more than that. Just grass, and then if you go far enough, tire barriers.
So I have tentatively put up a 4-minute countdown, which is usually what we do when the stream starts, but I just thought we'd have something on while I'm trying to figure out how to work the cameras.
Alright, take your time.
I'm worried about crashing the game if I press the wrong key here. It's been a while since I've actually used the spectator mode in R-Factor, so I don't know what Chris has binded the keys to either. We're using at the moment. Lovely sounds from these cars, actually, I noticed, especially in GT3. You notice the different, it's sort of eclectic mix of engines from the Corvette, the BMW, the Ferraris.
GT3s always sound better than prototypes.
Well, also because the prototype, they're all just using the Ginetta, aren't they? So
Yes, but I
there's
mean,
less variation.
Actually, the Orica.
Oh, the Orica, sorry, not the
07, yep.
Ginetta. I'm sorry, because my dad was born in
As well.
Yorkshire, so we're a bit partial to Ginetta. Because of course where Ginetta comes from in Yorkshire. So, and I literally cannot figure out how to change cameras at the moment, so we'll just have to see what voice the stream cooks up for us. But we have about 3 minutes, I guess, roughly, till things goes together.
Race will be starting in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
5
minutes.
There we go. I was a little optimistic then.
5 minutes, says Nick Homewood, who I think is Chief Steward here today.
Okay. So I'm going to get used to hearing his voice, especially if there's any code 80s involved, which is basically if there's a yellow flag incident, the race is neutralised, effectively it's all goes yellow, and the result is that as the cars go through, I'm just trying to hit myself thinking it's a little differently. So, if there's all goes yellow, everyone has 80 miles per hour, that's usually until the driver needs to drive hobbling around, missing the wheel, rear wing, hits his body right, all the suspension's damage on hobble to the pits. The moment they get to the pits, the rest of it will probably see things end the code unless of course it's multiple cars.
Yeah.
This is something a bit more serious. With a lap like the one, where it's the 3 minutes, it takes a lot longer to clear code here. Lap times
Well, they're currently doing 122s in the warm-up, so they won't have been much slower than that.
yeah, it was sort of 120. So, yeah, that shouldn't take very long. Yeah, and hopefully we don't see too many for us.
I feel we will, but it's such it's narrow and tight track in areas. It's short to. There's a huge field. 12 LMP2s and even more GT3s. I think there's going to be, I'm going to say, 14 code-80s.
That is a right prediction. I don't know how you can fit that many code 80s
In 4 hours. I'm going to say 14. I mean, if you say everyone's about 2 or 3 minutes, we're going to spend quite a lot of time on the code 80. But yeah, that's my prediction.
So we're just looking at the 444. That's the Corvette driving around in the background. This is ending the countdown this prematurely because the race will start pretty soon.
Yeah, especially with the fast S's on the pit straight. You really have to be tight with your driving, otherwise it's gonna end in a huge drama for you. Because if you're on the grass, then you're passenger and the walls are coming quite soon there. So the 14 code 80s aren't that big of a stretch maybe.
So we need to figure out engine sounds down because they are very overwhelming. Or we could try and turn ourselves up. Either way works, I guess.
No, I think turn the engine sounds down a little bit so our audience don't have to watch the stream.
All I can turn down is the desktop, so that means turning us down as well, unfortunately. I think.
Okay. Well, I mean, do what you have to do.
Okay. Right. This is very frustrating here, so you have to bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, because it's very difficult for me to commentate and set up the stream as well. It's not what I signed up for. Exactly, I just signed up to talk, not to manage everything. I feel no bones. I'm not going to make too big bones about it, but it's a bit frustrating. Also, what doesn't help is when the shadow, which we use to manage the whole thing, freezes up on me, so I can't actually change anything, and I can't even see what's going on track because that's frozen too. So I assume the race hasn't started yet. You guys tell me.
The race has not started. Exactly 15 minutes left in warm-up, but of course, Nick Homewood about 3 minutes ago said that in 5 minutes' time we will be getting ready to go racing by switching to the race. Yeah, this was talking about the field. It's just 44 drivers in the server right now.
23 LMP2
23
and
LMP2s,
GT3.
yeah. 21 GT3s. 12 had set laps. And even with so many cars in the pits, it's still chaos. on track.
You know, I'm just going to turn myself up because every time I try and mess about with OBS, what happens is the whole thing freezes. So, like I can't maybe I can just go to the game capture window and see if I can figure out how to turn the volume down, and then I get like half a second into that, and then the whole thing freezes, and I can't do anything. So that's not ideal. Luckily, I think the audience is still getting clear view because they're getting Chris Tompkins' PC. Doesn't have the lag that I do. So. I can still hear, with at least, the engine noise. It's the only thing I can actually, the only input I am getting at this point. I'll just turn the voice up massively.
Yeah, sure. I guess that works, yeah.
Not sure if I can turn you guys for the stream, but you might have to do it yourself. But hopefully, this counteracts whenever it gets too loud, because it's probably going to get very loud at the start of this.
Okay, we've had more people having issues, so we're starting at 20 past. That time is final. If you're not in the server at 20 past, we will start without you.
There we go, so a little delay from Nick Homewood. So it looks like we're not the only ones having issues.
Liam Range just joined in really late. He was actually quite well positioned in the last race of the last season.
They were. DDoS were actually fighting for the overall championship, and they just missed it. There was quite a lot of drama for DDoS, actually. One of their drivers had a medical emergency during the night, and effectively, Madness Racing and DDoS, who are both fighting for the title, effectively reset DDoS in the order, which was slightly controversial to the other two GD3 runners at the time. They were running second and third. They effectively lost position, but DDoS have restarted on the same lap as Madness Racing, who are leading, and then effectively they were 40 seconds apart, and there was a shootout basically the last hour and a half, 2 hours, and Madness Racing were able to hold off, and DDoS had all their Abstino Force Polonia lone drivers over, such as James Huber, I think Blake Checkers as part of the team too, and they threw everything they had at Madness Racing, but they weren't quite able to catch them. So it was a very interesting for the season. And the driver who did go to hospital, thankfully he did return. He wanted to actually go back in the race, but the race director and race stewards advised against it, and he had to sort of watch, I think. But he's fine, I assume. May even be taking part today. I can't remember his name exactly. Unfortunately, it was a while ago. But
a while ago, yeah.
Unfortunately, sorry. So I apologise to him there, because I did say the name quite a few times during that broadcast. Quite a lot of newcomers actually that are in this field today. Wong Wai Sion in the number 33 LMP2 starts. I'm not sure exactly where he starts, because I think it may have altered the order slightly because of the warm-up we just had. Yeah, it was 1.5 seconds down in the warm-up we just had. Hopefully we'll be getting started pretty soon. The only other rules we need to cover. There was, of course, fuel stops during the race, obviously. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get to the end because the fuel tank simply isn't big enough. And drivers also use that opportunity to either switch drivers or indeed switch tyres, which I imagine they'll always do because it costs a very lot of time compared to changing drivers. But we could see drivers doing slightly longer stints. I believe the rule is that the drivers have to do a certain amount of distance. You can't have one driver that does 75% distance of the race. If you've got two drivers, they both have to do about 50%, I think, is roughly the kind of rule. But there's a bit of leeway either way, I think.
Yeah, the driving limits is 65% for one driver.
1 minute warning.
Yes. Here we go. Right, so we are starting pretty soon. We're listening at the cars in the pit lane at the moment, waiting to go. In a moment, this NOLA track in New Orleans is going to roar to life with the sound of two classes of endurance racing machines, LMP2 and GD3, of course. Really, all the play for this season, we could have someone completely unexpected win it, or we could see the 717 RSS Unison machine triumph in LMP2 2 seasons in a row. That would be quite something. I wouldn't put it past Denyashenko and Peter Vagapov.
It wouldn't be too surprising, though, because they are so established.
It would be a big achievement, is the point I'm trying to make there. And I just knocked the microphone over.
Yeah, I can hear that.
So, complete chaos before the race has even begun. I apologise for that, ladies and gentlemen.
Callum Hambley is the one who has not been able to load in. He's asking for another minute. He's got another minute. Well, it's hit 20 now, actually, so we should be going within the next...
That was final. The race director was
30
pretty
odd
clear
seconds,
about
yeah.
that.
Nick was clear about that. So
It's going to have to have someone else from the team can jump in at short notice, but that is worrying times there.
just waiting for the message from Nick Homewood.
Indeed. I was very interested, by the way, while we're waiting, as we see the pit lane clear out.
Yeah, that's the session.
Yeah. What I was going to say is probably not important, so I'll forget it.
Okay.
I was literally just going to fill time. Ooh, we see the magical Ferris wheel in the background at NOLA. That's going to add some real Le Mans-like backgrounds, just like the last race we did. There's a massive Ferris wheel in the background, no doubt with a bunch of virtual spectators aboard. So we see the field hop in, get ready to not to officially start, I believe, because it's a rolling start, isn't it?
Okay, prototype should proceed on pit water.
That's your answer. If any people are wondering, it is going to be a rolling start. One lap around the circuit.
We'll see a free start like
Just driving in and starting
And the GT leader is held back from the line of
The GT's getting a bit ahead of themselves. Yeah, that's already runs through the 33 Valley Esports car that's still stuck in the pits.
just driving out now.
There we go. Apologies, I pressed the mid-race results, which was the grid sort of sorting itself out slightly rather than the qualifying results. But there we go. So we see a bit of shuffling from GT3 behind the background. It's Mike Broom is starting in position. Followed by Massimiliano Rivoli. Then there's Blake Checkett, so that's Agostinho Forspolonia locking out second and third in LP2. Then we've got Martin McGill, 95 machine. Getting back, 77 versus also machine pit. Chris Gitzov in 86 truck in the 87 machine. And there's Che Hatch, formerly driving the lights, I believe drives a different team. Getting back. And I hope he's still here as a couple very long. Martin Novak is 8th in number 23 machine. Zoltan Marconi, formerly of Fancy Sports, he's the number 21, he starts 9th. Then it is Chupika Slovenia. So it's a bit hard to read. 13th, and my screen's frozen up, so I can't actually show you.
to line up double file.
Where did you get to?
Top 10. Right,
Top 10,
okay.
I think we're getting ready to go.
Yeah, so I guess the GD3 front is not as active, but our focus will change to
Green flag.
And the green flag is waved. The season is underway.
I'm sorry that I'm not here. Time is going on. Oh, there we go. Is it? So, there we go. The MPT is underway.
GT.
Oh dear, so a terrible start. Ending champion, they're going to have to go back to the pits and get some major repairs. We could even be under code 8. here because this is just undoable. Like, I can't control the cameras, I can't control the volume, I can't control anything. Just got me in. Right, so anyway, my crew's still leading in GD training by about 1.3 so I think this will Rubio has had a really bad start and dropped down to 4.
Yeah, it looked like he had a leg there and then he locked into Wagon off, and that was the issue actually.
Yeah, so that was really unfortunate. Bancroft, surprised how much but Bancroft seems to have, as he made back, he's running in 18th position, 15 seconds down, so I don't think he's made a pit stop yet. So maybe the damage wasn't quite as bad as we thought it was. I'm really sorry if I'm going to hurt you, Richard.
Yeah, code 18, 10 seconds.
There we go, just as I say.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80, code 80.
So the
Sure,
race
what-
is neutralized. I'm
So
sorry, I
maybe
got
two
really
races
upset.
after.
Code 80 ends in 10 seconds.
It's a short code really.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Okay, so the race begins again. And sort out this constantly crashing.
Two cars are already in the pits. GT3, some guy at the back here. Sultan Bagon.
I can't see that because I'm in issues with it.
Fixing some damage already.
Yes. Unfortunately, code 80 just ended there. There seems to be one code 80.
back in the truck.
Can you control the
No. Again, this is... No, it literally is just the whole thing. Nice. There we go. Open volume. Nice. Fucking crazy. So cool. Actually run this. Don't listen to this on half an hour. Let's get the fucking people on that. There we go. Okay. I've got... There we go. Okay, there we go. But the only problem is I literally cannot change the camera, so I think we're stuck on the 444 car, which is that Peter Shoot?
Yeah.
The teammate at the moment, of course, so unfortunately, because that was whoever Chris was watching last time, so I literally can't change that, because I don't know what the keys are to change camera in R factor. And even though I did, I wouldn't be able to change anything because my connection's so poor. It keeps langing me out. And literally, like, I'm hearing things, but I can't freaking change anything. I have no idea. Is my frame still lead? It says the pro trade's about 3 seconds down there, so clearly it's pulled away again since the third 80.
You should be able to turn the volume down a little bit more still.
I can't, because it's frozen. Like I get literally a few seconds where I have constantly rejoin. Like fucking painful. Playback device? No, I don't want to stick playback device. Do anything. There we go. Okay, I've got R factor down at 6, there we go, out of 100. So hopefully, we're actually audible. Okay, well I figured out how to make the name tags come up. Literally just Peter Schumann we were able to watch as we see him losing the rear end.
If you want to swap cars, I think it's plus or minus if it's possible to do.
Oh.
And you keep it.
It's not affecting anything, fortunately. So I'm not sure if that's a binding issue because I'm on a MacBook and Chris is using Windows, so I'm not sure if it's literally a keys issue, maybe.
Are you sure you have focus on the R factor window?
No, I tried that.
Okay.
Enjoy it. It's just frozen up on fucking joke. I know this is really unprofessional, but this is just such a stressful thing. Can't commentate on nothing. Can't manage a stream and commentate when everything's going wrong constantly. Right, okay, I'll see if I can actually get the timing to actually shut on the stream. So far. Right, there we go. I've got the timing on the stream at least, finally.
Okay. Take your time, don't worry.
I just can't commentate and do this at the same
Yeah,
time.
it's okay, don't worry. Just make sure you get everything working, then we can start commentating, don't worry.
Right, okay.
The priority is we keep your sanity, so take
I
it.
think that's long gone.
Take it one step at a time.
But literally, it is one step forward, two steps back, because I get literally like a couple of seconds. Sometimes I get a minute if I just don't do anything. So. Is the banner better than the tower? Nah, I think the tower's better. Okay. Ooh. I still don't know how to change camera, so I'm afraid we'll just start with good shooting.
By the plus minus again.
I could try it again, it's not going to make any difference, James. Every bloody key on my MacBook, which probably doesn't even have all the keys. There we go. Did that change anything? No, I don't bloody know. But the only one that actually changes anything is the tab key. He binded it to his keys that I don't actually have.
Oh, you don't have the numpad, no?
No, I don't.
See.
Oops, and there we go. I've actually gone and closed all the windows by just randomly pressing keys. It's getting desperate.
Take your time, don't worry. We can provide an update on the standings if it's necessary. So, Mike Froome still leads this race in the Angry Red Bull Racing Team number 4 car. He leads it by 5.2 seconds from Blake Checkett's Abstineo Force Polonia, still holding that second place. Martin Mergoli is up into 3rd place. Che Hatch has gone up to 4th, so he's had a good start. Massi Riboli has dropped from the front row down to 5th, but still, it's pretty close in this LMP2 field. Riboli's within a second of Hatch, but then it's about 5 seconds back to Martin Novak in 6th place, and another 6 seconds back to Riley McKibben in 7th. Chris Gitsov is 8th, Francisco Perez 9th, and Peter Vargapov, after having that early moment, down in 10th place. The top 10 in LMP2 separated by 35 seconds, so just under half of the laps, lap time is the coverage between them. In GT3, Jake Denahan still leads from pole, Liam Rantz is 2nd, and James Juba 3rd for AFP. 4th, Lorenzo De Clutelis. 5th is Wes Burkout. 6th, Damian Klein. 7th, Azila Monha. 8th, I can't pronounce that.
Yeah. You mean Gagi Balog?
Yeah, if you can help me out with that one, Pascal.
Is it go below you're talking about?
Yeah, Gagi
Yeah,
Balog, I would
oh,
say.
I thought that was an I. I thought that was an I. My bad.
No.
9th is Benz Pancrate, and 10th Nicola Pastore. I don't think we've had many DNFs so far yet.
So far we only have... Oh, apparently Alex Skinner just retired. Yeah, Lucas Lichten was on the DNF earlier, but he seems to be back in the race, and Ben Sakas is out of the race at the moment. David Tepper is survived.
I don't know if we still got R Factor on the stream because... Assuming because I can still hear it that it's working fine.
Yeah, it's still running.
Decades is really trying to close that gap, but it's still stable at 3.8 seconds.
Yeah, we have a battle in for P2 actually. The gap is pretty much the same, and
Checkits is getting held up a little bit.
He's getting turned around,
Martin Mergoli tapped. He got tapped by the GT cars. He was trying to lap him there. That's given Checkits a bit of fresh air. And now Che Hatch is going to be all over him as he comes out of turn 4.
Yeah, maybe not quite able to close the gap down. Yeah, should have enough air there.
I think there was space on the inside for the GT if we can try and figure out which GT car it was, and now he comes up to lap it again.
There
This
we go. I
time-
finally figured out how to work the
Way,
cameras
there we go. Cameras
by
are
actually
working
opening
now.
up the RF2 TV client, which nobody told me about. So I don't know how the hell I was supposed to actually figure out that was how you change cameras. Well, I was actually just looking at the RFX2 window that was open and randomly pressing keys,
Yeah, it
which
was
I thought had
actually-
accidentally crashed.
Actually, Chris Tompkins who was involved
Chris
in that
Tompkins,
accident.
yeah.
Let's see this. So he gets passed by Checkers around the outside, and now they're all pretty much 3 wide. Oh, it happened to the braking zone actually there. I think that's more on Tompkins there. There was not really much space for the LMP2 on the outside.
Yeah, to me it looks like a race incident, like he getting swamped by both cars at the same time. Not that easy to manage, but let's see what the stewards will say about it.
Yeah, but that'll probably be reported by
Yep.
them in the Alton Motorsports car, of course. They know he was lapped again. And now, yeah, all the P2s just flying past. P2s are still not separated by too much. For reference, as the leader comes into turn 5, 12th has crossed the start-finish straight, so it's not a huge gap. We've seen bigger before, but the LMP2 car in 19th place, the number 85 car, I think, is going to be the next P2 to be lapped. If I
Axel Kerr just got himself P13 there after a little bit of a mistake from Alex Hellos. And we have a battle for P4 in the
Yep.
GT3 class at the moment.
Wes Burkhardt trying to find a way past Lorenzo de Cloutiers, who's just ahead of him. The number 35 alternate car
Oh, there's contact.
goes for it. Yeah, they touch.
But seems like they managed to hold it on the track.
Yeah, Wes is still looking for that opening, but not able to find it. Yeah, that was happening in the braking zone again.
Yeah, you have to be really wet to make anything.
And Wes has to just tuck in behind for now. But yeah, he really went for that one quite late, and the car ahead just
wasn't
closed.
really a lot of space.
Yeah, was just trying to close the door as quickly as possible, and I think it was just about fair between those two. They have not the biggest gap behind, but it hasn't cost them a lot of time, and Wes is still trying to find an inside line somewhere. We might have a battle in we might have a battle in LMP2 for the final spot on the rostrum between 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Certainly a battle for 4th place going on right now. That's between
There's
Massi
someone turned
Riboli,
around on the back straight. Right
Riboli
on the
and Jay
top.
Hatch were going for it, and I think one of them has been spun round.
I think they just managed to avoid him there.
Yeah, they just got going again, but I think Riboli's moved up to 4th place now, and Hatch drops down to 5th. Oh no, it was Riboli who went for the spin, so Hatch has stayed 4th. It was Riboli who went for the spin, trying to pull a move on him coming into the Sector 3, and it's cost him a place to Martin Novak. And it's allowed Martin Mergeli to pull ahead up front, still trying to recover, of course, from that incident with Chris Tompkins, as going way wide there is Riboli's AFP.
He's actually getting chased down by McKibben now, I think. No, that's a left car, okay.
And McKibben's a little bit further behind. This is, I think, Jurka Slovinac, who was caught up in incidents at the start.
We have some battle on the back straight. For
That's-
P4 now.
yeah, it's Burkhardt.
Still the battle going on there.
Burkhardt still trying to pull a move, and now these guys are about to be lapped by a P2, so can he use this to his advantage maybe? Catch his competitor napping. Burkhardt's overtaken down the inside of the last corner, as is the Vale number 909. And still no opportunity presenting itself for Burkhardt.
Yeah, so I've at least been able to get book out, and I think we did see Finn that well, whatever his name had, the Italian-sounding guy.
They're getting lapped again here. All right, Bookout's got an opportunity
A
now. I
little
think
bit, yeah,
he's got a good
that
run.
looks like
Good run.
problem,
It's going to be a tough
but
place
you
to
can't
pass.
really overtake into that corner there.
It's
Third
such
gear.
it's such a tough place to pass in this triple right-hander. He's all over the back of the valley and he clobbers the curb.
Well, he's got
and
the
runs a little bit
LMP2
wide.
car as well in the way, I think.
Look at Bookout. He's all over the back of the
Yeah,
valley.
but
He's
again, you
going-
can't overtake there, I think.
His defenders sort of, and he's going for it into the chicane and they don't touch. Again, and now will he go for it? Oh, he's run very wide there. I don't think he's got
Yeah,
the speed
but-
anymore.
Even in the GT3 cars, you have quite a bit of that here in this section of the track, so you have to fall back a little bit and then maybe get the slingshot towards the corner. But if you are that much behind him, it's really hard to get past. Ooh,
And here come the
crash
P2s, and they crash. Bookout turning into the P2 there.
there. No, it was a pretty optimistic move from the LMP2, I would say.
And he
In
continues
fact,
to be
I've only just
frustrated.
seen that, actually. That's how far behind I am on team. So yeah, the LMP2 was a little bit overeager to get to lap Book out there.
Yeah, through he goes now, around the outside. But they've got a few more coming up as well. Bookout seems to be the faster driver. Well, you always seem to be faster when you're behind another car because you have a reference point. Whereas when you're in
Yeah,
front,
exactly.
you're doing it all yourself. So it's easy to say Bookout's faster, but they could be very, very even. It's just Bookout's the one stuck behind. A couple of guys in the pits
We have
right
a
now.
battle for P11 in LMP2 as well.
That's
Alex
Alex
Hallows and
Hallows.
Axel Kerr.
Yeah,
Hallows just got back through again, apparently.
in the Velocity Motorsports car. And if he has just got that move done, then he probably will start pulling away. The car ahead of him is Diogo Moscato, 12 seconds up the road. In terms of position, he's just passing the GT cars. A good exit, though, from Coa.
Axel, yeah.
Again, very
yeah,
difficult
he's
to
riding
pass.
on the
into
nose
triple
with
right.
Kier at the moment, actually, on the stream.
Yeah, let's see if he can... Oh, he's a bit wider there. Let's see if he can
Yeah,
do anything
think
coming up
that's
to
a-
Sector 3.
a little gap there. But let's see if the draft can do anything there.
Well, there's a bit of too much curb there, but yeah, I think he's too far behind. He'll really have this will be very much the late of the day if he goes for it, and he doesn't, sits behind. But yeah, this corner here,
but
and
he's going
Hallows goes
wide.
in very deep. Yeah, outbreaks himself. Core, he kind of rejoined in the most awkward position because
Yeah,
he
that
rejoined
was-
exactly where Core was going to put his car.
Let's. Oh, he's already going defensive there,
I've been told,
but I don't think they're going to be a move.
Ed, I've been notified that pressing R on your keyboard has delayed the RF2 on the stream.
Ah, okay. So I won't press that again.
Maybe if you press it again, you
Yeah,
should go.
then it should go
Oh,
back to
okay.
normal. Yeah.
Okay, but if I'm in RF2 or not.
I mean, it's like that now.
I did a few things, maybe that fixed it. Literally, I'm flying blind here.
Yeah, again, take your time. We'll just try
Okay,
and
this is a
report
very
blind.
frustrating situation. I can't to commentate. and
We'll try to
do
report
this.
blind if we can, as best as we can. And
Okay.
still,
And you guys have got a way better view than me, so you mention stuff, I cut to it. That seems to be what we do here. I'm sort of not
Yeah.
commentating.
this is
anymore.
more of a
Yeah.
radio. This has turned into more of a radio broadcast than a live stream.
I sort of got to guess what might be going on, maybe, and then commentate on that, and hope that it's interesting.
Yeah, it's back now. With on real time.
The
Okay,
track,
that's
yeah.
good.
So
'cause I
avoid the
literally can't tell.
avoid the R key from now on. Yeah.
Don't
And
press any
Riboli-
keys.
Riboli is one of the first front runners to enter the pits. He's pitted, come out in 14th position in the AFP,
If we can get a look at
and he was
Oh, there we
running.
go.
He was running in. Sorry, he's come out in 19th position, right at the back of the field. So he was running, I think, in 6th place. So either that's a scheduled stop or it was a crash. He had a 3-minute 57.2. So I'm gonna suspect that was a crash with some hefty damage to repair. We've got a battle for
Looks
6th
like,
place in LMP2 going on right now as well between Chris Gitsov and Ryan. Amongst a sea of GT cars. Gitsov a bit slow on the exit of the triple right-hander. McKibben as well, not too fast, but slightly more so. And they've got a lap, I think it's Slovenac just ahead of them, who is a lap down, but also in an LMP2 car. And amongst the sea of GTs always presents an opportunity. Mishaps and mistakes, which of course leads to overtakes for position. Gitsov still ahead by just under half a second.
Yeah, riding on board in the cockpit with Chris Gitsov at the moment.
He
He tries to find a way
exit
past
now.
the
Let's see on the it's straight. Yeah.
He goes to the outside of the lapped LMP2 car, and if that P2 car doesn't want to do easily, which I think he should, and he does so, perfectly executed by Gitsov.
But
and
he
now
might have impeded Riley there.
he's got to, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
McKibben is still behind that car. He needs to find a way past because his rival is disappearing into the distance. 1 second per corner, practically. Yeah, the gap has opened up now to almost 2 seconds. Just in a matter of corners with the lapped car they were negotiating there.
And this is still going on for P4.
Still this battle for P4, and here goes Bookout down the inside. They bang wheels, and Bookout's through. Finally gets past Lorenzo de Plutius.
We go code 18.
And just in time. A code
Quite
80 in
a
10
robust
seconds.
move there.
Oh, he's going for it again.
5.
Bookout's going to hold this just before the code 80.
2, 1. Code 80, code 80.
After about 10-15 laps stuck behind him, he's finally passed him.
But if I would be the Cutis, I wouldn't be happy about that move. That was a little bit too robust for my taste there.
It was very robust, yes. He was late on the brakes, they banged wheels. But I think it was just about fair.
Yeah, it was hard, but maybe within the limits.
And Bookout now ahead at P4 in the GT field. Jake Denahan has dropped down to 3rd place from lead in the GT. That was a very short
10 seconds.
code 8.
Seems like Chris Tompkins maybe
5,
posted.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
So while his teammate was pulling off that overtake, Chris Tompkins was in the pits, and the green flag is waved, and immediately Bookout's under pressure, and immediately out of the slipstream pulls the valet. Bookout turns in, and he just avoids contact. That was very risky. He took a much more racing line than you normally expect if you were going side by side, and he's held the position, and it's paid off as well. He's got a pretty decent buffer coming onto the start finish.
What's interesting as well, all this battling is making it possible for Attila Molnar to maybe have a say on it as well. He's like a second behind.
Yeah, and then LMP2 car's about to overtake these guys for position. That's Berkenya's going past.
Now.
Yeah,
That's going to really separate this battle, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Well, it could do, because if the Valet can hold on to the back of this LMP2 car when he inevitably passes Bookout, maybe he could pounce. Here he goes. This is the opportunity I was on about. He goes down the inside. They touch a tiny bit, but Bookout's still in front. They're still side by side, though. And they're going 3 wide with the P2. Still contact, and Bookout goes into a half spin. His rival kind of punts him back the right way around. That was too opportunistic, I think, from Decutis, trying to do that 3 wide into turn 4. And I think he should probably give that place back.
Kind of swept over his nose there as well, I would say. Like
it's cost Bookout
a little bit
5th
of
place.
moving under the braking.
Yeah, it's cost Bookout 5th place as well. He's been overtaken by who we were on about. Attila Molnar has taken full advantage and up into 5th place.
Yeah, so that's great news for Attila Molnar and the Mugen team.
He's going very wide. And Decutis
he's letting
him through. So Molnar has profited 2 positions just for keeping his car on the road.
Yeah, so Molnar just sort of let them have their own little squabble and their own little apology. And I don't want to say. I was nearly going to say like, reparations there. It wasn't really a war or anything. They just had a little battle, a little bit of contact, and didn't quite go the way that either of them wanted. But definitely for Attila Molnar, it has.
Yeah, we're just having a look to see if there's any more. I think there's a battle for 10th place in LMP2 going on as well. That's between Halos, Novak, and Vargapov are all very close together on circuit. It's a three-way battle.
Vargapov's still making his way through.
And Axel Kor has dropped off from Alex Halos a little bit now, down to 12th, about 5 seconds behind as they're lapping the GT3 AFP vehicle.
Yeah, so
Be done.
we're about half an hour into the race now.
And I think the stream
And I've
finally.
seen some of it.
Yeah, you've seen some of it, but I think we've just about got there with the stream now. Hopefully, it doesn't. We don't encounter too many more problems for the next 3.5 hours. Of course, the shortest race of the calendar.
Thank goodness.
The way it's been going so far, yes, I would agree with that.
On the commentary side, definitely. On the racing side, it has been brilliant.
Racing's
So-
been alright, yeah. Vargapov has fallen back a little bit from Novak and
Yeah.
Halos as they come up to some
With-
GTs now.
Pretty
So-
sure you're gonna be on their back soon though.
So
Yeah,
as
let's
we've
see.
had one pit stop, but let's talk just very briefly go through the order. So it's Mike Broom leading in LMP2 for Angry Bull Racing number 4. Blake Checketts is second for Amsterdam Force Polonia. Martin Burgerly in the DEAC Hackers team car number 95. He's in third. Riley McKibben is fourth for 360 Motorsports, the highest I've seen Riley McKibben in 360 in a long time. Reed and Game Studios, fresh off their podium for Le Mans, they're running fifth at the moment. Then there's Francisco Pires for Fringer Bond. LMP2, he's running sixth. Team Falcon have got seventh with Diogo Moscato driving at the moment. Che Hatch, who was doing very well running in the podium positions earlier, he's down in eighth for Iris Automation. Or Giovanna Iris Automation, given their full name. Then there's Alex Hallows in 10th, and Martin Novak rounds out the top 10 for Heimdall Racing, number 23. Then in the GT3 field, it is James Juba, who's still holding the lead according to the live timing, I think. Unless that's wrong.
No. Yeah, that's
looks,
actually right.
Looks correct, yeah. Looks correct.
It is
He's
right,
been-
okay. Because I can see like the full field, but I can't see which is the first GT3 car, so I'm just checking I've got that right. So behind Juba is Liam Rance in the Callaway Corvette C7. I'm not sure if that's the team name or he's an independent entry, Liam Rance, but he has driven for, I believe, DDoS in the past. Then there's Jake Danahan in third for the Evo team in the Ferrari 488. Who also did very well at Le Mans, finishing on the podium, if I remember correctly. Attila Molnar for Mugen. He is running in fourth. We saw him profiting earlier from Bukout and Takutis. Bukout driving for Alten Motorsports, Takutis driving for Valet. Then, so that is the top 6, I believe. And then we've got 7th is Jerry Below. Or I think that's his nickname because his real name's Gergo Below, isn't it? So he's called himself Jerry in the timing screens. Another Mugen driver. 8th is Damien Klein and Daniel Kirby, actually, all swapping positions down there. The Cutis has dropped behind Below, and Kirby also getting ahead. So Below, I think, has made a pit stop, is he?
He might have done. Well, it's certainly hectic in GT3. Just want to quickly give a shout to Ellie Paletti for notifying me of all the problems with the stream, which I then pass on to Ed, so thanks for that. But yeah, I think we're all going pretty well now.
Yeah, so this is Jerry. So I think he's literally just in a battle here, Jerry Below. We'll just call him Jerry now.
The GT3 field is certainly less spread out than the LMP2 field at the moment. We've seen some very good action. But Cal also still harassing the back of Molnar, but we'll look at Jerry Below for now. Right up behind Damien Kleiner. And that actually, I think, is the Cutis who's right in front of these guys as well.
And I just noticed the DNF on the timing screen. Axel Kerr has decided to drop out for Fringer Bond Racing, sorry. Which is not good news for Pascal Eggert.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly is going on there.
Looks like the LMP2 team in difficulties. But they've still got the other car still running in...
Yep.
Yeah, that's 6th position, as I said.
Below's got a
Francisco
good run
Pires.
here. So let's kick off there. Below's got a very, very good run here.
Yeah, let's see if we can ride
Yeah,
on
maybe
board
don't
with Below.
destroy it.
Here we
And
go.
Kleiner
Oh,
knows it.
outside
Trying to go around the outside at turn 1.
Is he going to be able to pull that one off?
He actually did it, nice.
Past. Wonderful overtake
Nice
from
move.
Jerry Below.
Yeah, just went on
Now
board
the
there,
Cutis
just-
is right in front of him as well. He does not need to be in front for long to see his next
And-
target.
Oh, but they're fighting back.
Lino goes for the dive bomb.
And he's back through.
Well,
Oh.
he's still
Oh,
there.
look
He
at that.
tries to close the door, really pushing below onto
Very
the curb.
robust driving again.
Yeah, below is going to hold that position, and now Nicola Pastore has entered the fray as well. It's a three-way fight now, this for 7th place.
Exactly, and it really feels like Below has hit some kind of trouble in recent laps, which is why Klein and Pastura are all over him, because Dekutis and Broho both got back by him.
Well, Bookout and Molnar have taken off from Dekutis.
Exactly, yeah, so the gap in GT3 in this sort of 4th, 5th, 6th have all started to widen out a bit.
Oh, and yeah, that's being overtaken by the P2 there. I thought that was for a second, but no. Here goes the P2. Yeah, Bookout and Molnar. Molnar really gained an awful lot of time on Bookout and Dekutis while they were battling. So Molnar and Bookout look very, very fast. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them move further up the GT3 order. They got the pole man in front of them. And yeah, there's Axel Court falling down the timesheets with his DNF, of course. This is Wesley Bookout we're on board with for Alton. You can see the car he wants to be in front of as Lamona right in front of him. And then Denahan, I don't know where Denahan is on the circuit. I think he's coming into the triple right-hander right now.
Yep, exactly. Just going through there, overtaken by LMP2.
Yep, he has been overtaken by Daniel Kirby's LMP2. And in fact, James Juba and Liam Rance are actually pretty close on track. It's only about, I'd say that's about 1.5 seconds maybe between the two of them. In the AFP and...
Yep, that's right.
I don't know which team
2
Rance
seconds,
drives
so
for.
someone is turning around there.
Is Liam Rance a
Who
privateer?
the fuck?
I believe so. We were talking about that just then, but he's in the Callaway Corvette C7. He doesn't have a team listed, so I assume him and his teammate are an independent entry. We do get that now and again, but Rance, like I said, used to drive for the DDoS team.
You do get independent entries, especially for races this short, but I think for the next race, Daytona, 12 hours, it'll be difficult to do that all by yourself, so probably join the team for that one. He's about to be passed by Daniel Kirby. Now for position, that's for 22nd place. Daniel Kirby, I think, is the last running... Is he the last running LMP2 car? He's certainly one of the guys further back. And the leaders, actually, the leaders of the race have decided to come into the pits. An awful lot of them coming into the pits.
2, 3, 4, 5, a lot of them.
5 P2s in the pits.
There are 40 minutes in the race, that's about to be expected from the LMP2s.
And all we're in the leading 7 or
apart from the overall
positions.
leader, Mike Froome, of course. It's
Check
Checkit.
So Che Hatch has pitted and come out in... or actually, maybe Che Hatch hasn't pitted.
I think don't think he has pitted just yet.
So Pavel Pankovic has taken over the Rubin Game Studio, and Mike Froome has come in from the lead, so this is going to be a crucial
there you go,
stop.
Froome's in. Froome has come into the pits. Some of the guys who came in only just leaving the pits now, such as Alex Hallows, who's just leaving.
Yeah, just pulling into his box there. It looks like
Perez,
there's another LMP2 in the way, actually.
Vagapov and McKibben are also in the pits, so it could
That's
be...
the Fring of On car. It's actually in the way of Mike Froome here. So this could actually be a very slow stop. He's been really impeded here. We're looking at it.
No, that's Perez in the way. That's Francesco Perez.
It is, yes. It is the Fring of On car.
Yeah, it's getting very tight in the pit lane. This is a very ugly position.
Did he drive into him there, or is it?
Yeah, it looks like Francesco Perez has got going again, but Froome is still being serviced. So is Che Hatch in as well? Is he going to be able to jump Mike Froome? He's 57 seconds down, I'm not sure.
Let's see.
And then it is Martin Novak, who's I don't think has stopped either. I think Blake Checkitts is the highest running driver that's stopped in LMP2.
Stopped, yeah.
So let's see what Checkitts is up to. If we can.
Checkitts is a 2:27, so he definitely came into the pits. He is now coming into the last... He's in the last corner now.
Yeah, there we go. So Che Hatch has taken the lead.
So Froome is leaving pits now. Froome is coming out of the pits. This is going to be tight.
There we go. So Froome has been
I think
overtaken.
And there you go, Checkitts passes him.
You can see Checkitts right in front of him.
Checkitts has overtaken Mike Froome for the net race lead.
It's all because of that slow pit stop, because the Free Ron car was in exactly the wrong place. for the Angry Bull Racing team to surface Mike Froome.
Look how close he is. He's only 6/10 behind as he comes out the pits. And Shea, no time at all. He knows he's in the net race lead and he's carving through the field.
He's got to make the most of this. This could be a great opportunity
He's just
for
got so much
Agostini
more
to
grip
win.
with new tyres. I'm assuming as well. He's just got so much more
And
grip.
he's clearing the traffic too, crucially, Blake Checkett.
And this LMP2 car ahead of him is going to be traffic too. Martin Novak is 5, also you can see him, well, there's a lot of cars in that frame, but he is about 5 seconds up the road. And that gap is probably going to reduce by multiple seconds per lap. And he's already opened up a 1.5 second gap to Froome behind. Oh, Froome locks his brakes there coming into the third sector. That's not going to do it. Oh, and he makes more contact. This is now with, I think this is Evan Piron and around. We're probably going to have a code 80 for that, but it all started with Froome trying to get ahead of himself, lapping the cars, locking his brakes, and off into the runoff he went.
It seems like frustration setting in for Mike Froome, and after that pit stop, which wasn't really any fault of his own, he couldn't really have gone anywhere else to be serviced.
Yeah, so he's behind. We're looking at the replay here just individually. He goes down the inside of the GT car and then clobbers into the lap limit. Oh, yeah, it's the GT3 who puts him into the spin. And then again, with Piron behind, straight into the wall.
Seems like he was slightly fed up with the LMP2's behavior there. Not that it is excusing, of course.
Yeah. I mean, Froome has the fastest lap of this race, a 1:22.247, which is monstrously fast. But at the moment, he's down in 4th, and I would say that's effective second once Hatch and Novak enter pits. Okay, Ed is going to take a break for 20 minutes. That's absolutely fine, my friend. You've had a very tough hour. So
demanding, yes.
Someone is off there.
Take a break if you need it.
In the background. That's Chris Tompkins.
So I don't think anyone's going to be able to control the cameras, so it's going to turn into a radio broadcast again. But yeah, Tompkins always a bit embarrassing, trying to spin back around. At the moment? Yeah, doing almost a full 360.
At the moment we're on Riboli in the...
Oh, and he almost... Oh, he does! He gets hit by an LMP2 there. And he's lost his rear wing. He's lost the spoiler. And he's going to go into the wall. That looks like a DNF for Chris Tompkins.
No engine noise there.
Yeah, I think the engine is he either turned it off or stalled it. Looks like Chris Tompkins' day is done. Was not having the best of races. He's been involved in a few incidents, but no doubt that's the biggest one so far. He's still there by the side of the road. His wing is strewn trackside. It's going to be down to the stewards if this is going to be a code 80. Let's see.
No. He's trying to rejoin there.
He rejoins by kind of going straight on the grass and then slowly merging left, but it's right on the exit of the corner. I think he should have just chopped across the track as quick as he could, because everyone going through that corner is going round, going to the outside of the track. If he chopped to the inside when he could have, I think it would have been safer. But contact was made. It's not fully his fault, because the car behind can see him for a few seconds before they touch. But yeah, he's
standing there.
Still parked there. And you can see the debris, the wing on the outside there of the track. Someone could easily go wide and hit that. I don't know if it will be enough for a code 80. But yeah, that's going to be the third GT3 casualty of the race. But NOLA, we are, I think, just under 1.
There we go. Back to the pits.
Yeah, there you go. Back to the pits he goes. So he becomes the third GT3. Sorry, the 5th GT3 car. We have him a few other times. Alex Skinner retired, and Joseph Fagg also retiring from the race. So that means Bruno De Bastiani is the last running GT3 car. By the way, Axel Kaur was able to get back into the server and he's back on his way.
Yeah, maybe some disconnect then.
Yeah, I would assume. Albeit 5 laps down on the race leader. So situation with him, and it will be interesting to see when Hatch and Novak decide to pit from first and second place. They're probably on alternate strategies to these guys. They've got 20 seconds to check it, who we believe to be in the net race lead. Here is the Giovanni Iris Automation car, number 86, on its 35th tour of NOLA, still in the lead, with Novak just behind. Well, actually not just behind, he's about 20 seconds behind. He's going to be under pressure from Checkers fairly shortly. So first time Checkers has been ahead of Froome all race. It was because of that slow pit stop with the incident with Francisco Perez in the pits. Checkers has not been phased at all by having the pole man behind him, because Froome is now 6 seconds behind Blake Checkers. He is extending his gap and asserting his dominance on this field, setting personal best after personal best. But Che Hatch is lapping very respectfully as well. So my co-commentator is having a few issues at the moment, which we're discussing in DM. Just going to rejoin the server. But the leader's coming into the pits from around lap 30 or so, about 40 minutes into the race. So that looks like every 40 minutes they'll be changing the tyres and sometimes the drivers in this 4-hour inaugural season opener at NOLA Motorsports Park. And going back to my predictions from earlier, if anyone in the stream chat or whatever can recall how many cautions there's been, I would love to know. Because I said 14 for the entire race, and I think there's been about 3 or 4 in the first hour.
2 or 3, I would say.
Right, Pascal's thing is back, so let's see what's happening. So in GT3, we haven't talked about GT3 in a while. James Tuber still leads in his AFP. Liam Rance is still second, and Jake Dennehan is still third. But there's
right behind him.
Rance has closed that gap up a little bit to Juba. They were about 1.5 seconds when we last left them. That's now under a second. And Dennehan, I don't know where he is on the circuit. He can't be too far back. And he's not. He's coming into turn 3 as the others are exiting turn 4, so it's not a huge difference. He is also in the AFP, so Liam Rance very much in an AFP sandwich. Behind, where's Burkout? Also not too far behind.
The same distance.
Yep.
It's Jake to Liam.
Exactly the same, yep. Jake is exiting. Oh, and Decutis is in a battle there with a GT, and he doesn't really let him rejoin.
Yeah, that's a left car there.
Yeah, and here comes Pastore now trying to take advantage. He's got the best run out of any of these cars now as they approach turn 3, but he's too far back to do anything. But yeah, Decutis did not seem to want that car to come back on the track anywhere near him. Just did not allow it. Pastore, he's got an opportunity here.
Same class, you have to yield the positions. So maybe not the best move from the left car there.
Yeah, Pastore's got an opportunity here. but into the triple right-hander is so difficult, as we've been saying every time they come here and they're close. It's so difficult to pass.
And
Inside
now he closes
or
up to the
outside.
S's, but he's gonna get the dirtier.
He's going to get dirtier, yeah. He needs to know that he's going to get that and take action if needed. And here comes the P2 car. And there's grass being kicked up. And I was amazed that no one got put into a spin there. As through he carves his way. And now here comes Pastore. He's going to try and go around the outside. And the P2 through the middle. My goodness. The P2 went through the middle of those guys as they were going side by side. Somehow, none of them into spins. And Pastore holds on to his car somehow. That does not hold on to the theoretical position he's going to be in. He's still down in 6th. Cutis holds on to 5th. That was so brave from the P2.
That was so close.
And a little bit, I wouldn't have done that if I was them.
No, same.
And somehow they all escape with minimal time loss or damage. And Pastore already all over the back of Decutis. Decutis just seems to be struggling with his car.
Yeah, he was fast earlier, but...
And here comes a P2 again. This is perfect for Pastore now. If that P2 sends it, but he doesn't.
No.
And he bumps him a little bit, almost spins himself out. And now he's going down the inside. Is Pastore going to try and follow him through? No, Pastore is also being passed by an LMP2 car. And he's got a GT car who's a lap down on his inside too. It's getting very, very messy here in the first sector.
That GT3 car still
The
trying
two
to unlap himself.
GT3s, yeah, and through he goes, actually down the inside at turn 5, the opener to the triple right-hander. That's Bruno Bastiani. The Bastiani. He starts.
Maybe he should fall back there. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the best approach what he's doing at the moment.
He started 36th. He's currently in 39th position overall. And he is, I think, 3 or 4 laps down on these guys that he's unlapping himself to.
Yeah. So...
He looks quick.
Not the best decision to cause damage to the cars that are faster than him. So... Especially if you're already 2 laps down to them.
No, look how much more speed he's carrying though. Then
maybe he can make a safe overtake now into turn 1.
As the LMP2 breezes past, he pulls to the inside. We've seen a lot of overtakes on the outside, not too many on the inside, but he's got fresher tyres. Yeah. He's got so much more confidence on in the car.
I think, just lets him go.
It's sensible. It's sensible because he's going to hold his position to Pastore if he does.
Yeah. Not worth fighting there, for sure.
And Damien Kleiner is catching up to these guys pretty quickly as well. He's only a corner or so behind now.
Not surprising with the amount of fighting going on between them.
I think Che Hatch still leads this race. He still hasn't come into the pits. And neither has Novak, although Novak has now been swallowed by Blake Checketts and relegated down to 3rd place.
Gap between Checketts and Froome is about 5 seconds at the moment.
Yeah. So that gap has stabilised at around 5 seconds to Hatch. Hatch is keeping that gap at around over 20 seconds between about 21 and 23, and Froome now overtakes Novak, as does Martin Mergeli, and Novak spun actually. Martin Novak has spun coming out of the triple right-hander. He's been involved with a GTE car, or a GT3 car also involved. I don't know who that is. Let's have a look at the replay here. This is Decutis actually. So he passes Pastore, and he tries to go around the outside of Decutis, and they're going to touch on the exit there. And no, it's not Decutis involved. It's a different GT3 car, I think. Yes, it is. It is a different one. That looked like Damien Kleiner, who was going wide on the exit and then saw that car just blocking his path and just went to the grass to avoid it and couldn't keep it in a straight line.
Yeah, it seems like the LMP2 just touched the grass a little bit and then lost control there, Damien Kleiner.
No, yeah, he was a bit wide and then he tried to go around the outside of Decutis.
Oh, that seems like some lag issue there. At least from my perspective.
Let's see from Damien Kleiner here, who was involved. Or is this could be a separate incident.
Yeah, it looks like some lag issue.
Yeah, it's a completely separate incident actually.
But it just avoids the LMP2.
Yeah, very lucky to avoid the LMP2 car. That was so 2 separate incidents within the space of 10 seconds. In that corner, and he's pitted. Yeah, he's pitted for damage. So that's massively affected his race, and that gives Decutis and Pastore a bit more breathing space. They can go and battle without having to worry too much about the car behind them anymore. As Che Hatch now laps.
James Chuba and Liam Rams close together now.
Yeah, Liam Rance is still very close to him, and this is the closest we've ever seen him actually.
Yep.
He's close enough for a move here.
That's for sure.
Liam Rance just keeping it. He's just being
Ooh,
composed.
he's
Oh,
sending into
he
the
spotted the
inside.
gap. He spots the gap. They
they're
rub wheels a
both-
bit.
Both getting not the traction down with those
Yeah.
wheels.
The AFP holds it for the time being. Good defending for Juba, and my goodness, Rance took a lot of curb there and almost spun his car around all on his own. And Juba's done that perfectly in time because an LMP2 car is coming around now, and their gap is already back up to about half a second, maybe, probably, no, 1
Probably
second.
one and a half maybe.
Yeah, it's a huge gap. So Rance just caught out, and he's lost a lot of time as a result, as he's overtaken by the LMP2 car there. Into the third sector. Juba still in front in the GT3. Jake Denahan is still third. Wesley Burkhardt is still fourth, and Nicola Pastore has now passed Lorenzo Decutis and is up into fifth place in the GT3. That's what's been happening a bit further down the pecking order. And actually, no, Decutis has got back past Pastore,
Yep,
so they were
Pastore
fighting then.
is behind, maybe now.
Again, Decutis is just struggling. He taps the grass as he exits the triple right-hander, and coming into the chicane, he's just far ahead enough. And now here we go again. Are we going to have another side-by-side moment with an LMP2 car carving through the middle? The LMP2 is going around the outside of them. Pastore also
Ooh, gonna
on the
impede his
outside.
line there.
Yeah, and the LMP2 goes around the outside into the third sector, and that compromises Decutis a little bit. And I think this might be Blake Checkis who's passing them now. Lapping them again in his P2 car.
P11 now, P11.
It's the
It was
P11 car, so
Riboli.
that's Massi Riboli in the other AFP. And Pastore seems to be faster than Decutis, who's struggling in that Vale Ferrari.
Yeah, we're going to the end of the tire stint by now. An hour into the race, so maybe he has used his tires a little bit more than Pastore behind him.
Yeah, he's been well. Decutis has been fighting an awful lot throughout the entirety of this race. Pastore not as much as far as what we've seen.
Oh,
And wide he goes, and
he's
Pastore sensing
sticking
the
his
opportunity.
nose there.
Yeah, here can he go round the outside into turn 4? Maybe he's going to go for the switchback, go wider on entry, and then cut back and get on the power earlier. And he does that, but can he
Not
pull up
quite.
alongside? Not quite. He's going to have to sit behind once again as they head into the triple right-hander. With P2s approaching behind as well. Massive amount of curb taken by Decutis.
Oh, that's gonna be tight here.
The P2s behind are battling as well. They're trying to go either side. It's going to be a Hacken and Schumacher moment. And it is.
Ooh.
So Pastore's been passed by both the P2s. Decutis decisively not, but he
Oh,
runs
and
wide.
contact between
And
the
they
P2s.
touch. And
he's off into the wall.
off into the wall goes the LMP2. I don't know who that was. We'll try and have a look.
That is...
It is
Slovak.
Jurika Slovinak in the Royal Blue racing car, who's been mounting a wonderful recovery from a very bad start to the race, and that's not what he needed.
Somehow he avoided the walls, though. That looked like he's gonna be in the walls for sure, to me.
Was he in the wall?
He did hit the wall, actually.
Well, he didn't hit it as fast as I think.
Yeah, apparently. He slowed it.
He slowed it down very substantially, yeah. So even if he did hit the wall, it wouldn't have cost him too much time. So it's some good reflexes
Really
from
good save there.
Jurika Slovinak. But it's cost him a heap load of time. Ed is back from his...
Yeah, I needed that.
Hope you enjoyed.
Yeah, couldn't be gone too long, because you'd say about 20 minutes.
You can be gone as long as you like, don't worry.
Oh, that sounds like a... and don't hurry coming back, yeah. Yeah, so,
The first GT3 starting their pit stops now.
Yep, Marcus Jr. is into the pits.
so how has Che Hatch been able to jump? Because
Now,
I thought
Che
that
Hatch
hadn't
still
jumped.
has not come into the pits, interestingly enough.
Is Che running a really long stint, or has he come in earlier?
He must have pitted earlier.
Come in earlier
Because his pace, he's keeping up. His pace is very similar to Checkett's behind, and we know Checkett's came into the pits, fitted some fresh tyres and some new fuel as well. So Hatch, I think, must have stopped earlier in the race. Maybe
he was in earlier.
Maybe saw a code 80 coming, dived into the pits before it was called, while
that
it was called, served the
yes.
stop, which would have been very smart. And yeah, he's 20 seconds ahead of Blake Checkett's in this moment in time.
Great
So
strategic thinking by the Giovanna Iris Automation team.
Yeah, Checkett's will take the race lead once Hatch pits, but when does Hatch pit is the question.
He's
So we sort of got Hatch out of sequence then, compared to Checkett's and Froome.
Indeed, yeah. And that gap between Checkett's and Froome still
Froome has actually
stable.
got Martin Merkley 1.5 seconds behind. EERC Hackers number 95 might actually be picking up a challenge to get onto the podium here.
And Froome does not seem to have the pace he had while he was commanding this race up front. The gap now actually increased to Checkett's.
Here we go. And Merkley are getting involved in this too.
Checkett's already took 5 seconds out of Hatch actually, compared to when we checked last time. The last 21 seconds earlier.
Hatch has had a bad lap. Well, he's in a lot. Hatch had to deal with a lot of traffic on that lap, and someone's gone round on the exit of turn 4. It's the 16th place car. Don't know who that was.
Or is it Wu Wei Song?
I think it was him. Yeah, just dropped it on the exit. So yeah, I think the bad lap for Hatch is probably down to the fact he had to pass an awful lot of cars. But yeah, 1:27.9 was his lap compared
4
to
4 seconds slower.
Yeah, Checkett's 24.2, so almost 4 seconds slower on a single lap. But before that, the gap had been very stable at 20 seconds between those two. But now it's going to be Checkett's turn in a lap or two to deal with that traffic. And the lead GT
coming into the pits.
The GTs are into the pits. That might be the lead GT. It is the lead GT. So Juba and Rance and Denahan have already stopped. So Pastore and Decutis now come into the pits.
There we go, so Juba should retake the lead then.
He should retake the lead, yeah. And there was one moment while you were gone, Ed. Rance went for a move on Juba. It didn't pay off, and then he dropped back by 2 seconds in a matter of corners. So that's all that's happened up front in GT3.
That's a shame for Liam Rance then, but I'm sure he'll get another chance, or his teammate might later in the race.
The gap, yeah, it's still about 2 seconds as he's being overtaken there by Martin Merkley.
I'm surprised Juba hasn't really pulled away, because that's sort of what I expected him to do once he got up front. He was 6 seconds ahead at one point.
Yeah, but Rance was silently closing that gap. Far behind either. Neither two is Molnar. And what's happened, I don't know where Burkow has gone, but he was running in the top 5 and is nowhere to be seen. So maybe he swapped drivers. Something has happened to Wesley Burkow.
There he is, P10.
So he's currently down in 10th position in class. So what's happened to him? He was running in, I think it was 4th position behind Denahan, and he's now in 10th in class. He tries to overtake Kleiner.
Okay, Hatch is actually into the pits. From
and Hatch pits. Race leader's in.
Back to Checkett's, you'd think.
So let's see. So Checkett should easily get in front of Che Hatch here. Or is he? Is he even going to get in front? Hatch is next to the pits. There's Checkett's, and Checkett's takes the lead.
There we go.
But Che Hatch has jumped Mike Froome by a massive margin. 7 seconds almost to Mike Froome. Hatch now has fresh tyres.
Maybe he took only fuel, because that was quite a fast pit stop then.
Yeah, Hatch is wasting no time whatsoever. He's already all over the back of Checkett's.
Now we got a great view here actually on the 86 car from the bonnet. Looking at the Amsterdam Force-Polonia car ahead of Che Hatch, and really pushing to try and close back up. So Che Hatch really looking to try and win this one from Blake Checkett's. Very similar names, Checkett's, Che. So
always one with an eagle eye, Ed.
As we see, Blake Checkett's actually being held up slightly by the GT3 through the S's, and here we go. He's got the run.
This is going to be it.
Well, I think Checkett's defending the inside. Oh, he pushes him almost off the
Oof.
track there.
Yeah, and he almost got collected there as Hatch came back onto the circuit. I mean, he couldn't really go anywhere else.
I couldn't. So, very robust defending
But
from Blake
gets
Checkett.
a better run out of the
Oh,
last
actually,
corner as well. Yeah.
no. Ellie Pelletier again in my ear is telling me that Che Hatch actually had a drive-through penalty. It was not a pit stop. It seemed a bit too
No,
fast.
that makes sense.
It seemed
Yeah.
too
Wow.
fast to be a pit stop. So that was a drive-through penalty. So Che Hatch still hasn't made a pit stop. But, oh my
The
goodness!
Rig stepping out there at the first corner.
Yeah, he almost ran into the back of Checkers, and that's cost him under a second of time. He still looks lightning quick, especially now he's behind another car.
I mean, this is what that drive-through was for. Jay Hatch, usually someone who likes to push the limit, but most of the time he's able to, you know, keep just below it to the point where he avoids getting penalties. But it looks like this time he was a little overeager. It was about all that contact earlier at the start.
Because that means Checkers' tyres are still fresher than Hatch's if it was just a drive-through.
Yep.
And is that Hatch's last opportunity then? Because this gap is opening up now.
Hatch's pace has been pretty impressive, so we'll have to see if maybe the next stint might be better for them.
Gonna be
Absolutely.
interesting how it plays out with his
Che
strategy at the end.
Yeah, at least told me Che indeed did pit under a C80 as I had imagined earlier. And he's also made a pit stop in this race, but he will be in the pits before Checkits if they're both on rational strategies.
Are they
Yeah,
rational men? That's the more important question.
No one is.
Not racing drivers, that's for sure. Massimiliano Riboli in the other AFP LMP2 is down in 13th. He's in the pits at the moment in the 97 car, so
He was in
contrasting
11th, I think.
fortunes. One is leading, the other is down just outside the top 10.
Yeah, I think he was in a P11 before he pitted, whether that's scheduled or not.
Well, he's got going again, so.
Yep. And the car ahead of him on track is Martin Mergeli, not for position though. Maybe a bit up ahead. And still, Hatch is not falling off the back of Checkits too much, but the gap is increasing ever so slightly, lap by lap. And just a quick, James Juber's been caught by Liam Rance again.
Does he? Let's have a look.
Well, he's being caught. That gap is
we
coming
can see it on
down.
stream at the
No.
moment.
It's coming. Well, it's not coming down actually. That's I was looking at the wrong car. Juba last lap 132.9. Rance's last lap 134.0. So one
Apart from
second
the lead
gained.
battle, it is the closest one on track. Although,
At the
interestingly,
moment,
Mike
The,
Froome is only about 3.4
The
seconds off
Falcon
Jay
car
Hatch.
the number 333 Falcon car has a 15-second stop-go penalty for an infringement of Rule 5.3. And I have just been given the news that Leicester City have scored in the FA Cup. So I'm now very happy.
Oh, good for them.
James Justin, what a player, scored it from right
Actually,
back.
in P4, Marty Maguli is not that far away either.
Yeah,
Only
so
10 seconds between 1 and 4.
That penalty was for the Team Bolton 3 driven by Dylan Claver at the moment, down in 37th in the order overall. Hopefully Dylan can serve that, get it out of the way, and on with his race. He was only 3 seconds behind Damien Klein's Callaway Corvette, so that's a shame for him. He'll have to catch that back up.
Oh, yeah, Novak's in the pits. For that. Let's see if there's any other battles going on for position.
At the moment, doesn't look like it.
So yeah, NOLA might be a small track, but it doesn't mean that things can't spread out.
Yeah, well, with Novak being that, of course, but Chris Gitsov in the second Iris Automation car, with the other running in second at the moment, up into 5th. And of course, Paul Pankovic for Ring Game Studios up to 6th. So, Heindel Racing have
There we
clear
go.
both of
Jay
those.
Hatch is coming into
Hatch
the
is
pits.
in, there you go. Hatch is in, and if they are doing the same strategy that we think they're doing, then Checkits, Froome, all those guys will be in within the next 10 or so minutes. So 7 or 8 laps.
Oh, he slightly missed his box there. You see that?
It's not going to help him.
reverse slightly there, but only lose a little bit of time. Wasn't quite as bad as the Mike Froome stop we saw earlier, where there was literally just a Free Bond racing car strategically placed in the way.
We're gonna get our
Interesting,
money's worth, I hope, next time.
Interesting, Martin Novak is on exactly the same strategy as Che Hatch. He also pitted on the C80, and he pitted a lap ago, and he's rejoined in 8th position, a lap down on the leaders, but he has also completed the pit stop. He's currently, if I look on the track map, he's coming triple right-hander now. The time to Che Hatch while we were...
Che Hatch is just starting again.
Yeah, and
Let's
he gets
see
going.
if he can keep P5. Might be close there.
He's got Pavel Pankovic coming up in the reading game. I think he's going to hold this position just... Here comes the reading game. There, it's going to be very tight. Pankovic has the inside line and just has enough speed to cut back across and to take the racing line. So he's in 5th place. That's a bummer for Hatch. He would have been hoping maybe that slight overshoot get to reverse into that might have just cost him 5th place.
It could well have, but could be able to clear Pavel Pankovic fairly quickly if his pace was anything to go by earlier.
Especially with the fresh tyres now.
With fresh tyres on, yeah.
Yeah, so Pankovic's best lap 1:23.7, Che Hatch's best lap 1:22.8. Whole second faster.
Still all over the back of him as they have. Let's see if Hatch can put a move on Pankovic as quick.
Yeah,
the
looks like he has a good run there.
He's got a good run. Does he fancy it?
Got
On
the dirty,
oh, he's gone wide onto the grass. Does he still fancy a move here with fresher tyres? No, he's too far back.
In the LMP2 cars, the dirty is even worse. We really feel corners. But he gets a good run out of the last turn. Maybe that's his opportunity now.
Well, here we go.
Yeah, going to the inside.
Down the inside.
Easy
Che
move.
He
Hatch,
got him
and
halfway down the straight, so
Yep.
it was a fairly straightforward move in the end.
Pankovic doesn't fight it.
I think we've actually got another commentator who I probably didn't give the password to. So busy with all the drama earlier. I've seen it in the... I had it in my paste bin. So they don't... The order. Still, Checkit, Froome, Mergeli, Hatch, Pankovic, top 5 in LMP2. GD3, it is Juba, Rance. No, Rance only 2.5 seconds behind at the moment. With, who's in first? I'm trying to remember. Denahan, isn't it? And then Molnar and below. That is your top 5 in GD3. Okay, so with 2 hours and 43 minutes left to go, the order remains pretty much unchanged. Okay.
After an hour of action, a little bit settled now.
Yeah,
Not too many battles on track at the moment.
it's not.
Liam Round still in the vicinity of James Tuber. About 5 seconds off.
Yeah, indeed, there he is. We just cut to Liam Rance now. Valvoline sponsored car. Definitely think it's an independent entry because I haven't really heard much.
Yeah,
But
maybe they made it last minute or something.
Could be,
We will
yeah.
see them race more in the season, and then they will submit a livery maybe. Axel Kerr just made his way back through the D3 field again.
Because he retired,
No,
so
ahead
he's
again.
clearly gone back in.
Yeah, this probably the disconnect.
Be a little bit frustrating for Ring of Honor because it's quite a common sight to see drivers retiring from the race and coming back later. Certainly in LMP2, but GD3 seems to be running a little bit better.
Yeah, and the other one from us, P7, Francisco Perez,
Arcos Perez.
running quite strong as well.
Still quite a long way to go in distance and time.
Who is actually just behind Martin Nowak at the moment. That's a 3 seconds gap maybe. Oh, he just lost the position to Novak. Seems like it, as it was 3 seconds difference in the last lap.
Between Rance and the right home about. But anyway, in terms of sim racing competitions going on at the moment, what I thought interesting was Formula E restarting their competition, which I think they're calling it this time Formula E Accelerate, like that. And they did something last year during the lockdown, which was the Race at Home Challenge, and there were a lot of issues with it, not least the fact that the races were way too short and had a silly elimination format that they put in to try and imitate battle royales and stuff like that. This time the races are going to run sort of full distance. I think it was 45 or 90 minutes or something like that. Be much better. It means that energy management becomes more of a factor, and also they're going to try and implement attack mode, which is the system they use in the races, where they have the circuit where you run offline, use it to access higher power modes for a limited period of time, and you use attack mode once or twice per race, or sometimes 3 times, depends what they set out beforehand. I thought that sounded very interesting. With the improvement on last time, and of course there was the infamous incident last time with Daniel Apps where he got a sim racer to fill in for him, but that isn't happening yet. It's a shame, really, because I thought there was a lot of potential in that. Taking a long time to realise
from him there. Yeah.
Yeah, and well, we all know that Audi fortunately let him go after that, and he's sort of almost kind of decided to retire. He got a little drive with the Neo team for a while, but he's sort of decided to retire.
Is he not driving anymore now?
Not in Formula E at least, no. I don't think he was.
Okay, I thought
he's commentating on it. He's commentating on it for German TV.
Yeah, that will be interesting in there, but it's quite hypocritical to see that Mr. What is he called? Mazepin is able to drive in Formula 1 with what he's doing, and then seeing Up doing this little thing and getting kicked out of the team.
Alright, I've got my food now.
Good call. So Martin Maguli is just exiting the pits. Jay Hatch has jumped in. Francisco Piero, Callum Hamberley for Reading Game Studios has just taken over. And Mario Sakura for Finavon, who are fellow teammates, the LMP2 squad. Pascal, they've all just been in the pit.
I think the overlay needs a refresh, Ed.
Okay. I've had a bit of trouble because I've got a bit frustrated and I'm trying to get Google Chrome to come back up again. Because, yeah, and literally the problem is that you try and do stuff and the screen.
No,
I've had
someone
that,
is off there.
keep
Wrong
happening
way
to me,
zone.
like, every minute or so. 4-hour race, I've had to constantly refresh or close it and open up again every 2 minutes to actually access any of the overlays or any of the. You guys to actually get anywhere with this.
Mario Chikera slow at the moment. Issue with his wheel.
Yeah, he's parked it on the grass at the exit of turn 2.
Let's see.
He's still
He lost
moving.
drive.
He's lost drive.
Seems like the engine is off.
Either ran out of fuel or he's blown his engine. Well, he's out of this race.
Let's see if we can hear something.
That Marcos Jr. you said?
No, Mario Chikera.
Mario Chikera.
Just right out of the pits.
He comes out of the pits.
No, yeah, that sounds like overrunning.
Yeah, he's shifted all the way down to third. And there, there's just no drive anymore.
Yeah, sounds like overworking the engine there.
Yeah, I think he's revved it too much and cried enough. And yeah, selects neutral. No drive.
Yeah, engine
Yeah,
off.
he's out. He is out. First LMP2 driver to retire from the race.
Unfortunate from that position. Wasn't running too badly.
Yeah, he was running on the edges of the top 10.
Is indeed tragic. But these things happen, I guess.
Yep. Can always learn from them.
Once the engine goes, that's kind of it. It's terminal. You can't just get.
Oh, it's finished, yeah. You're not going to get back. Unless you're at the pits, practically. Which he just exited the pits. So, certainly no way back for him.
Alex Hello's coming in.
Hallows in from 11th position in the P2 field.
Seems like he might fall back to P12 then.
That Royal Blue car, the Royal Blue car of Jurka Slovenak is again recovering. He's up to 12th now.
Yeah, but I think quite a lot of people still have to pit in front of them. Same for Wagapov. He was in P8 or 9. So the pit stops are happening at the moment. Yeah, there we go. P15 coming in. Long way song.
So, Jay Hatch was given a drive-through penalty for an incident with the Alton Motorsports number 35 car. And I think that was one of the GTs.
If it's green, then it was the GT. Yeah.
I've noticed the LMP2 pit stops are so much longer than the GT ones.
I guess because the LMPs are designed for sort of quick service, especially if access engine at the rear.
Go code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh, there we go. So, code call for that stranded car, I'm assuming.
But it's
5,
stranded there for quite a while already.
3, 2, 1, code 80.
I only just noticed it now. There's something else that's happened.
First code 80 in a long time.
Yep, it's true.
Took an awful lot of time.
Well,
Maybe
my
even
song,
it could have even been an hour since the last one.
taking the opportunity to pit.
We had Chris Tompkins go off, and yeah, the leader is at the pit entrance now. So let's see what he does.
He's not
Stays
going
out.
in now.
I don't know if you're allowed to pit under code
Yeah,
80.
you are. That's not an issue.
But here's Che
P2 is
Hatch.
staying
He
out
stayed.
as well. Yeah,
Hatch,
he just pitted after all.
Yep, Hatch pitted quite recently. There's no point in him coming into the pits.
Needs to be in first gear under code 80.
Okay, I finally got the timing overlay up because I, for some reason, had shoved it to the bottom where I couldn't actually click on it. It's actually below the taskbar. Refresh overlays page. Hopefully, this will do the trick.
That includes you, Mike. You need to be in first.
Yeah, well, he's called him out there. That'll be Mike Froome, I think.
Yeah, we're just watching him on stream.
And that car has stopped on the exit of turn 2 and has retired.
Go green in 10 seconds.
We have another retirement in this race.
Well, in that case, the code 80 is about to end then.
Yeah.
5, 4,
Yeah, on that note,
3,
I'm making my way
2,
to the car now.
1, green flag.
Yeah,
Getting
goodness me.
prepared to race
Best
myself.
of luck.
It's getting very, very busy in the pit lane as well. Slovinak,
Yeah, pit lane is...
Pajard, all into the pits.
So 360, King Falcon, Royal Blue, the other 360 car, and Frinavond all in the pit lane. Of course, as we said, must be actually that's all in the LMP2 squad. So I think Pascal is going to take over from Peter Schumann.
Exactly.
Car running 33rd overall, but about where are they in class? I forget.
Should be around P10, I think.
Yeah, just about the top 10, I think.
Which wouldn't be a bad result for us at all. But if I can keep it on track. Gonna do my best.
Fingers crossed, we'll be
Yeah.
junior.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed,
A
yeah.
little bit, at least.
Best of luck.
Thank you. Then, see ya.
Bye.
You know what,
So-
now I know what I'm doing, I feel a lot less upset.
Yeah, and you feel... yeah, I know.
Yeah, if only I'd had someone to tell me how to do all of this.
Yeah, I'm useless in
Beforehand.
that. I'm useless in that aspect.
I know.
That I must say.
Well, we got there in the end. It only took us half the race.
Well, we got there in the end. After half an hour, we had a stream rather than a broadcast. Then you went to get lunch, so we had a radio again. But yeah, everything looks okay now.
Well, the problem was I'm wandering the stream and I've got to eat or something. Could
Oh.
have eaten beforehand, but if we weren't trying to sort of shit out of
Don't worry about it.
But anyway, I've enjoyed the race. What little
It's
I've
not,
seen of it.
it's not been a bad race, yeah. It's been okay.
Yeah,
It's been
good
some good
strategic battle
battling.
at the top of LMP2, some good fights in GD3 as well. A little bit of contact controversy. Peter Varipov and Denis Shenko still trying to make progress in the 717, aren't they? Are they
Indeed,
in
yep.
order? Must be quite a way down. Been quite the tower defense they would have hoped for. There we go, 11th, there he is. So while we're doing this K80, it might be a good time to go through the order on stream for everyone. Love to do that as soon as I...
Drive-through penalty for the number 51 ADN car for ignoring blue flags.
Who is at the wheel of that machine at the present
What
moment?
position are they in? If we...
It's Tanguy de Brecalier, 51. And in 39th place, I think last of the... haven't retired. Well, we will be in 38th if he catches up to the branded car.
But still, well, again, we haven't talked about it in a while. James Juba still leading GT3. That gap now 16 seconds to Liam Rance. To think that about half an hour ago that was nothing. It's increased quite substantially since then.
There we go, we're just looking at the order on the stream itself. So Mike Froome Eddie Hatch, Martin McGilly, Blake Checkett, Martin Novak. All those 5 are on the same lap. Well, that's in. It is Chris Gitzer, Massimilio Riboli.
The body's recovered well to get up to 7th.
He had a lot of trouble earlier on. Callum Hambley, 8th. Zoltan Varconi in 9th. And Evan Piron has just taken over the Burn Horizon by 360 Motorsports to Oroka. Then, of course, as we were saying, Peter Vagapov, followed by Kevin Weichers, for Velocity Motorsport number 22. Then it is Radim Krenek in the Team Falcon 666 car. I'm sure that's not that race number was probably picked not as a bad omen, but just as upside down.
But no, that must have been a coincidence.
Exactly, yeah. Barely fits on the screen as too, as you noticed. Ryder McKibben, 360, does not have the greatest distance.
But Gibbon, he was running well, and then he got in an incident with a GT3 car, cost him 5 minutes in the pits repairing damage.
He did, yes. Lucky for Riley McKibben, but
That's
still quite a way to go.
That's what he told me, so...
The GT3 car might have a different version of events. Behind McKibben, it is Botond Bekenyes. Or Bekenyes?
Bekenyes.
Yeah, it is Bekenyes, so I apologise to Botond for that botched pronunciation. In the number 7, Wong Wai Seong, Value Sports number 33, is in 18th. 19th, it is Simon Marshall. And in 20th, it is Axel Kerr recovering from retiring in the race.
Yeah, he retired and then he came back 5 laps down, and since then has been trying to recover. We were talking about Peter Vagapov, we were expecting big things, stuck in 11th place.
Yeah, it's not quite come together for the RSS Unison team like it did in many races the previous year. Let's have a look at the GT3 field very quickly. James Juba still leading. From Liam Rance. Liam Rance quite close behind, 14 seconds under this full course yellow, but that could come down once they get back up to racing speed. Jake Denahan is in 3rd. Then there's Attila Molnar, still running quite strongly in 4th in the number 88 machine.
I haven't really seen much of him all races, he's been quietly lapping well. Took advantage of that DeCutis book out shuffle of a position to jump from 6th to 4th since then. Just head down and posting good laps.
Well, that's so much of endurance racing is about that. It's not about doing a showy, spectacular qualifying lap or just doing a few good laps and then easing off. It's all about this being really consistent and keeping your head down, sometimes going under the radar and watching others, staying out of other people's incidents and often sometimes reacting to what other people are doing.
Well, Alex Skinner just told me that Axel's retirement was actually his keyboard key bind resetting mid-session, so he had to pull the plug and rebind so he could drive us up when he needs it.
That's terrible. That reminds me when Liam Rance got a penalty because his horn was binded to his push to talk button, and he got a penalty for using his horn too much. That happened at Circuit in Americas last year. I think they actually won that race in the end, so the penalty didn't affect them too much in the end.
Clearly not.
Who they get to was Molnar in 4th. Then we got Jerry Below in 5th, the Mugen. So the two Mugens fairly close together as it happens. I think they're only about 11 seconds apart. 18 seconds apart. But 10 seconds behind Below is Lorenzo Di Cutis. Long-running GT3 driver in this series. A pretty talented driver too. Nicola Pastore is behind him. Nicola is in the Ferrari number 73.
Still can't believe Pastore is stuck behind DeCutis. He was all over the Valet for a long amount of time and still not fast.
DeCutis is a pretty solid defensive driver as well.
He has been very good defending it. His pace has not been up there with the guys in front of him, but his defensive driving has not been bad.
Oh, and we just got another one of our commentator friends join us. Just after Pascal Egger, our driver, has gone to drive in the race. It seems that Ryan Ferris has joined us. My good friend Ryan. How you doing, Ryan?
I'm doing very good, thanks. Everyone, it's been quite a hectic race so far from what I've seen.
Yeah, hectic in the commentary box too.
Hectic in all fronts, yeah.
Yeah, but the racing action has been pretty entertaining. We're just under code 80 at the moment, and I realised I really should be updating when we're under code 80 on the actual timing screen, which I'm also in control of. I've not been doing so far. Anyway, we're just looking on screen at the tail runners, the order in GT3.
A lot more DNFs in the GT3 field than the LMP field, I think, to be expected as well. But interesting, you can see so many of the GT3s all on the same lap as each other. The P2s,
Have we got going again?
so
It
much.
didn't seem like they announced they were leaving code 80. They got back up to racing speed.
Yeah, I was
I-
going to say, because you were saying we were under code 80, and I was like, hang on,
Yeah, I did-
there's cars overtaking.
I hadn't heard anything from Nick about it, so yeah.
Oh, and then we see someone going off track there just to get out of the way of the leader, which is currently
Oh, yeah.
Mike Froome. Not Martin
That's-
Froome, that's Martin Murgy who's behind. And actually we're showing Che Hatch as a DNF in the pit lane. There
Oh,
we go.
no.
So Che
Oh,
Hatch has
no.
hit trouble there. I did thought we saw someone going slow. I didn't think it was Che Hatch though.
Oh, no, no, no. He was probably in the perfect position to win this race. He's been
Yeah, they were-
driving superbly.
And a brilliant strategy, and for whatever reason,
Oh,
Che
my
Hatch is
goodness.
out of it at the
He's
moment.
out.
See him right next to the one of the GT3 cars in the pits, which has also come a cropper somewhere, able to finish. But that makes the job much easier for Mike Froome, and of course,
Yeah,
late
and the
Checkits.
competitors. Yeah, Checkits looks more. I don't know what the strategy between Froome and Checkits is, but I think I would back Checkits for the win now, regarded there's no issues with him as well.
I'm not sure if they all pit under the full course guy.
I don't know, but Froome is
Whoa.
pretty far ahead.
Checkits is having the rear wheels just let go there. If you saw
Yeah.
what we're seeing
Oh
on
goodness,
screen.
yeah.
But a bit of a dramatic moment there. So it has been interesting seeing all these drivers from teams that we're used to seeing them in different teams. I guess that happens at the start of every season. But
Yeah, lots of penalties coming in now. The number 3 car has a drive-through penalty. Don't know which one that is. And the number 30, 360 second stop and go penalty, which is even more serious for causing a collision and flag infringements.
so that is going to really affect the order in the middle
So
of LMP2.
the number 3, if I have a look, number 3 is.
Looks like Che Hatch has actually got going.
He's
Has
got
he
going. Yeah, he's. And now he's back to the pits again.
Yeah, I just thought he got back in front of Riboli suddenly, but he's actually now dropping down again.
Number 3 is Bent Pankataya.
Bence Pankataya, yeah, in 34th position overall. And number 30, I just have a look through the field again.
Che Hatch actually trying to exit the pit lane again. Clearly
I don't know
something
what
was
has
wrong
happened.
before.
And something clearly has gone wrong.
But clearly catastrophic, I would say. I've got a feel for Che Hatch, a brilliant driver. We've seen that so many times in the recent history of EERC. I think most memorably for me was the race at Hockenheim, which I've probably spoken about before, where he defended second position in the closing laps extremely robustly and did a brilliant job to hold off Mikhail Wozniak that day. I don't think Wozniak, I'm not sure if he's competing today. We certainly haven't seen him in action yet.
The penalty, by the way, for number 30, that is Evan Piron, who was in 10th place prior to the penalty. He's now dropped down to 11th, been overtaken by Vagabond. So yeah, Froome has pitted twice. Checkits has also pitted twice. So I must have missed that when I went to eat my lunch.
Yeah, it must have been during the ladies. and
So
stuff.
that's very much a net current. That's very much a net standing moment. Checkits third, 30 seconds behind.
But the fly in the ointment then would be Martin Mergely for the DEAC Hackers team.
Mergely too, yeah. Also on his third stint.
Whoa, as we see Che Hatch rejoin the race and going very wide onto the grass, actually. He's
Keeps in a
got
straight
going
line.
again in 9th, ahead of Peter Vagapov, so if he can still get some points out of it, it looks like the win, now that he is a couple laps down, the win might be out of his reach, unfortunately, but if he can keep going, there may be points at the end of this.
Unless something massive happens, another huge wreck around. Just as he's coming into the pit, someone wrecks big time, and we have a caution for it. That's the only way really I can see
you can
Hatch.
make up laps that way. if
Checkett's
you
got
time
held
it.
in the pit lane according to the stream chat, so that's what happened to him.
Ah, okay.
By a GT3 in the same pit box. So that will cost 30 or 40 seconds at least. You have to wait for the GT3 to finish its pit stop before you can do it. That's a big shame for them.
He's only 7 seconds behind Mergully and 22 seconds to Froome. That's
Could
not
still
impossible
win,
to
yeah.
make up.
Of course, could still win, but it's a
It really depends on the pace of that Abstinio Force Polenia LMP2. So Blake Checkett's last lap 126.6, Martin Mergully's last lap 125.0, Mike Froome's last lap 125.2. In fact, we just had a new lap from Mergully 124.2. I don't think Blackett's has crossed the line yet, so we'll have to see what the Blackett's. It's Blake Checkett's, of course. Kind of too much.
Checkett's going a tenth of the lap quicker at the moment.
Okay, so yeah, 124.1. That's a good spot there, Ryan. So I think Blake Checkett should be able to slowly reel in Martin Mergully, or perhaps use a different strategy to get ahead. That could be an interesting battle going forward. It's certainly one of the closest ones on track. Simon Marshall is only about 7 seconds behind Wong Wai Seong in their battle for 17th place. Then in GD3, Nicola Pastor is still only 1.8 behind Lorenzo Di Cutis.
For the entire, I mean, there's not too many battles now, but for certainly at least the first hour, there's battles every single minute. But now it's spread out a little bit. The DNFs come in, and the pace begins to take hold.
Who's really dropped off actually is Liam Rance, who has dropped to.
Yeah, he continues, and yeah, Denahan's really close to him as well.
Denahan's
Someone's
got him.
gone round.
Yeah, it really looks like.
And Denahan's passed him. Denahan's gone past Liam Rance.
I'm not sure exactly that's happened. It looks like a mistake from Liam Rance or something.
And he's pulled a huge gap too, as something happened to Liam Rance here.
Was
They're
that
losing
very
time hand
slow
over
down the
fist.
straight.
that might have been the person who spun a few laps.
Yeah, it could have been.
a
That
few
could have
corners
been.
early.
Liam. It probably was him. Yeah.
Yeah, in the Valvoline liveried car, yeah. Yeah, actually, the Abstinio Force Polenia LMP2 coming through to lap him as well.
Yeah, Molten's
Trey
not too
Hatch
far
is back in the
behind.
pits as well, so it looks
Oh,
like the issue wasn't resolved, or he's had to take on more fuel and tyres.
yeah. Now he's well outside the top 10. He's dropped behind Slovenak, who's in 12th.
Could be connection issues, unfortunately. I'm fearing. Very intermittent. Doesn't seem like it could be anything else, unless kind of peripheral issue, like the wheels disconnecting or something.
He seemed to be his inputs quite not particularly smooth from what I could see. It was kind of felt like he was driving a bar of soap around the track.
He's still going actually. He's got out of the pit, so
That would explain why we saw him running wide all the time. Oh, he's wide again.
keep an eye on Trey Hatch, but that of course puts Peter Vagapov up to 9th. So it is slowly starting to work the way of RSS Unison, as we've seen in the past. All it takes is a couple of people to hit trouble, and then suddenly RSS Unison are looking much more comfy. But of course, they would be hoping to be running much closer to the front. A couple laps down and not really part of the lead battle.
Right, Edward, seeing as there's not too much, and Ryan, of course, seeing as there's not too much action going on track right now, I've got a few requests from certain people for interviews.
Okay.
So I was wondering if you were thinking about doing any of
Whoa!
them anytime
Trey
soon.
Hatch tagging on the GD3 car. Sorry to interrupt you there, but they just go right off into the gravel. Oh, not in the gravel, but into the grass.
That's Decutus, who was the GT3 involved. He goes
Oh,
right
dear.
onto the pit lane, entry, and then goes back onto the track. That'll cost them both a lot of time.
Yeah, that was really quite a difficult moment for Trey Hatch.
It looks as though Hatch felt that he'd cleared the Ferrari and just closed the door on him, sort of thing. And was still there and they touched, sort of.
But that means Pastore. Pastore's gone past as well.
Yeah, so it's really wrecked Acutis.
Finally overtakes Acutis, and I think it was Drew Barlow and someone else came into the pits.
It was Molnar. Yeah, Molnar has let Gabahusti take over the car. And Sonneveld has also gotten on board the VMS Sun Edits Racing, number 26. They're running down in 19th place overall. In fact, as I say that, he's actually let Olaf van der Stam on board, so he's actually been longer than I thought he'd been.
Gap, Checkits to second place has come down to almost 5.5 seconds now.
Yeah, he's certainly been, like we said, showing slightly better pace than Mergely.
Yeah.
The EERC Hackers team, I think, are definitely the underdogs in this situation. They qualified quite well, but they've been able to hold on and take advantage of when Hatch and Checkits have hit trouble.
In the opening stages of the race, Froome certainly seemed to have the edge, but ever since Checkits went in front, it's been the other way around. Checkits has been by far the fastest LMP2 in the field.
And it's been really back and forth swapping around. I really think it is starting to turn into a three-horse race between Froome, Mergely and Checkits, those three teams. Mergely's actually cut the gap to Froome, surprisingly. It was 22 seconds at it's now
That's
just
true,
17.
Yeah. Mergely's catching too. Froome is going to be under pressure soon if he doesn't pick up the pace.
As we're watching Hatch, I think he's got to be frustrated right now. I saw him have a bit of contact into turn 1 with one of the Chevrolets, or the Corvettes, and yeah, he's getting his muscles out against these GT3s at the moment. Definitely showing signs of frustration.
Looking at the sector times, Martin Mergely was 1 second faster just in the first sector than Mike Froome. Froome is lapping, he's the slowest LMP2 on track at the moment, believe it or not.
It's quite difficult to believe given that he's leading.
26.8 from Mergely in sector 2, yet they are taking so much time. Again, a slow sector 3. He's slower than Kevin Vichas in 11th position. What is happening to Mike Froome?
Is he just easing off? Does he know that he has, I've got over 15 seconds, so at this phase of the race I don't need to push?
He might have some temperatures he needs to cool down.
Okay.
Oh, I doubt it. Yeah, that was a 1:26 on the last lap. Mergely did a 24, as did Checkits.
Checkits has lost nearly 1.5 seconds though to Mergely on that last lap.
And Matthew Riboli enters the pits from 6th position for AFP.
Yeah, so Riboli, like you were saying earlier, has actually done very well to get back up to 6th. Well, currently 6th. I think Varconi and Hambly are definitely going to get past him in the pits. Anyway, you were saying something about driver interviews before we saw a massive
Yes,
interview.
I was. So the first person who wants an interview is Ellie Valencia. So I'll just drag her in.
Yeah, you've probably got permissions to do that. Then,
Yes, I do. I am powerful. Bow down to me.
Of course. No complaints here.
Alright, of course, if something on track happens, then feel free to speak over whatever we're doing. And just before we bring her in, she's told me that the 15-second stop-and-go penalty for the number 666X car for causing a collision. I think that's the Team Falcon car that Kevin Vichas is driving in.
That's correct. Yeah. Is it the 666? Did you say?
The 666, yep.
That's being driven by Radim Krennic at the moment.
Radim Krennic even, yep. And that car now has a 15-second stop-go penalty. Anyway, I'm going to drag her in now. Oh, I don't have permission. Damn!
Oh no. We'll have to give her the password then, won't we? We'll have to come in as
Does anyone here... Do you have firms, Ed?
No, I was telling you earlier that I do not, because I tried to drag Ryan in earlier, and it
Can't-
didn't work, so...
Chris!
It's like they clearly don't trust me here.
Chris! Let me poke him.
We've got more important things to be doing than any of this racing nonsense. the Rebelli's just exited the pits. Event list that I have here. I'm not sure if I can actually use replays. I worry if I use a replay that it will either show the wrong thing or I won't be able to get out of replay. Because that was what happened earlier. I got into replay by accident.
And another drive-through penalty, this time for the 909 for an unsafe rejoin. And the 909, if I quickly scroll through...
That's Lorenzo De Cutis.
Yep.
Oh, was that after he got spun by
It could be.
Jay Hatch?
I don't think... It didn't look particularly bad.
Well, we didn't quite see the... I didn't see the rejoin. Because I had a problem with the connection issue on my end. So sort of just after the incident, I said beginning, but not the how they escaped from it.
Well, it didn't look particularly bad, but got reported and penalty applied.
Perhaps it was a case of he just joined right as one of the LMP2s was joining from a long way back.
Well,
I think that may have been what happened. But anyway, that is bad luck upon bad luck for Lorenzo De Cutis. Like I said, he's a pretty solid, good defensive driver, but it always seems
pits.
some misfortune always seems to come his way.
Novak pits from 4th position.
Oh, we see a bit of smoke on track. It was just ahead of the leader, Mike Froome.
Oh, it's 2-0 Leicester. Massive pog.
At least Leicester City are doing well today.
Oh, they're against Stoke.
As Martin Novak enters the pit lane.
If we lose this game, I'm taking the first flight there. I'm burning down the stadium, everything. Can't lose this. But yeah, looking at the lap times, Froome seems to have got a move on. He's now somewhat matching Martin Mergli's sectors. He's still, well, he's matching him, but Checkers is absolutely flying at the moment.
Yeah, with Mergely having, has Mergely stopped?
I think Mergely has lost some time because Checkers has overtaken him. Something happened. Maybe he had a spin in the last sector.
Yes, because the gap was approximately 7.5. It was teetering around 6.5 seconds, and now, yeah, Checkits is, although the timing screens are here, there, and everywhere, he's now 3.2 seconds off the back of Checkits.
We always have this issue with the timing screen.
Yeah, something happened to Mercury then. I mean, he cuts the timing beam in sector 3 with a 30.6, which is 7 seconds off Checkits' time. So he's had a spin or something in that last twisty complex.
Zoltan Falcone is also pitting. Tamas Rist has taken over the Heimdall Racing number 23. It's running in 5th position at the moment.
Yep, drops
They're 64 seconds behind Chris Gitzov, so Iris Automation have actually got a big gap ahead and behind them. Their remaining car, of course.
It was a 32.3, and Checkits is still lapping faster than Froome, and now he's not got to worry about clearing Martin Mergley because Martin Mergley did that for him.
Yeah, and Checkits on the last 2 laps has been fastest in the first, well, significantly faster than Froome in the first sector. I don't know if Froome seems to catch up to traffic or Checkits really is that fast through that first sector. It'd be interesting to see how, yeah, all across the lap, Froome is, well, he's monstering these lap times.
Yep, very fast in sector 3 as well. Takes out another 2 seconds from Mike Froome on that last lap.
He's only got a GT3 car ahead of him. Got to negotiate. Hopefully, doesn't hold him up too much at the apex. Oh, he's really having to anything that's got in his way so far in this lap. But if it's gap, like you say, 18.5 seconds at the last split.
Checkers just got to keep this calm. He knows he's faster, or he should know he's faster.
Got plenty of time to catch Mike Froome.
There's a gaggle of cars just up ahead of him.
I don't know what the overlay's telling me, but RaceView's giving me a different time gap between Froome
Whoa,
and
yeah, we
Checkers.
saw a LMP3 car, the yellow car, just spun out there at the middle of the circuit. But it's got going again, I think. But who's quite who that was.
It's just negotiating the traffic. Yeah, I think we might need to update the overlay a little bit.
I did. It didn't
That's-
make any difference.
Didn't make a difference.
I can do
okay.
it again if you want. I pressed the refresh overlays page. Okay.
If you want.
Yeah, it's still. Oh, there we go. It's saying check. It's 15.9.
That's
oh,
more
no.
like it. Yep,
Oh
that's
no,
much
now
more
it's
like
just
it.
suddenly jumped up to 26.
Oh,
I apologise for that.
well, yeah, we have multiple sources for times, so if something does happen,
The actual live timing is probably slightly more accurate.
yeah.
'Cause-
So our live timing tells us that
I
Blake
think the
Checkett's-
gaps between cars is accurate, apart from between the leader and second
Yeah.
place.
I mean, last lap Checkett's was fair similar to Froome, but Froome's had another poor sector 1. And Chris Gitsoff pits from 4th place now. Interesting to see where he comes out relative to Thomas Ritz and Callum Hambley and Riboli too, all of which have pitted recently.
Gitsoff coming into the pits as well, like you say, so he's going to jump behind Rust Hambley. I don't know, looking at the lap times, definitely seems that Gitsoff is actually the fastest of those three.
Well, he's going to be on
Thomas
fresh
Rust has
rubber
only
now.
just got in.
He's going to be on fresh rubber, so we'll see if he can use it to his
He's got a
advantage.
30-second gap in the pit, so we'll have to see if he gets out Infinity or perhaps ahead of Thomas Rust.
Something that is starting to look a bit close is the battle heating up for second place in GT3, I believe. There's only about 2.5 seconds.
That is true. That's a good spot. Rance has been gradually closing back in on Dennehan after that spin. And yet Ritz passes Gitsoff.
Yeah, Gitsoff just leaving now. I think Pankovic might have him as well.
Oh, Sonneveld has jumped in the car.
No,
actually,
Pankovic is a bit too... Yeah,
Sonneveld's
sorry about
jumped
that.
in.
I've still got the old names on my camera overlay, switching between drivers. So.
But Sonneveld stays in front of the reading game driven by Callum Hambley. Riboli still down in 7th. And pretty far behind too. Yeah, good spot that, Ryan. It's 3 seconds between the threes in 2nd and 3rd. The Ferrari have all but one of the top 5 places in GT3 occupied. That Corvette, the sole car that's not one.
The Ferrari really the car to have in GT3. It used to be McLaren, now it's the Ferrari. The Callaway Corvette is definitely more of a wild card in my eyes. There are a couple of people going. There's Marcos Jr. is currently running in the Bentley, down in 29th position. The general trend seems to be the best all-round car, rather than just the car that's fastest in the straight line or handles best through the corners.
And Sonneveld looks a bit shaky though. In a few mistakes.
Yeah, he's only just got in, hasn't he?
Yep. No, I don't blame him, yep.
Well, towards the back end of last season, we saw the BMWs coming quite strong.
They did, yes.
And they seem to be struggling here today.
Not really a BMW circuit, it would seem. There is one McLaren 650S store in it, which is Bertlin Sevilla, the Mugen 888. I think the highest running BMW is Lucas Lichtenstein, who of course was on the BMW Madness Championship winning drivers last season, I believe. But now he's only running down in 31st place. I think he's outside the top 10 actually in GT3. Up front in LMP2, gap is 18.1 seconds, so Mike Froome has stabilised it a bit. Martin Mugli dropped by Blake Checketts for 9 seconds. That was really the lead battle there, with Thomas Rust being 2 laps down. Then in GT3, Dick Denham is about 34 seconds behind James Cuba. Liam Rance, after his error, has just
Rance is in.
gone into the pits, yes.
Yeah, Rance is in.
Yes, where was... There we go. Found him. It wasn't that hard to find. Peter Schumann's also in. I like that. Ravon Ravon. So I wonder if he's taking over from Grand Pascal Eggert. Or is my timing screen wrong?
No, I think it's good. Yeah.
Interesting to hear Pascal's insight earlier. I just wish I'd had more chance to talk to him about the track rather than about my own issues with the broadcast. I guess when you're frustrated, you don't always appreciate your guests like you should.
Richard's asking how Iris is doing. They're currently 5th place overall. The Giovanna Iris number 87 car. I don't know if they have any other cars.
Blake
They do.
Jackets and Martin Medley just going in the pits.
Yeah, Che Hatch is still going in 18th, despite all the problems he's been having. And yet, Checkets and Mergley both pitting. So Checkets will be going for an undercut then on the race leader. And at this point in time, actually, Froome was lapping faster than Checkets. So no wonder he's decided to dive into the pits with just under 2 hours to go. So if they're pitting every 40 minutes, this is rather scheduled. And this time there is no GT3 in the way of his pit box. And indeed, Liam Ratz has swapped drivers, I believe.
I'd be interested if Mergley gains any time on Checkets, but it does seem like the gap between us is probably going to stay about the same.
Christian Pascal has jumped in the car now.
And Josh Perwin has got on board the Epstein Corspelania 99 car, place of Blake Checkets.
So Checkets' involvement in the race is done.
Time being, it would seem like, oh yeah. Josh Perwin, also a very quick driver, he used to drive for Axel Esports actually. Goes at Le Mans, very quick. So
he's going to need to. He's going to need to pump in some quick lap times though if he wants to make sure that he cuts the gap to Froome. Continues to pile. Who has stayed out for another lap. He's starting to find his pace again. 1:24.4, very respectable lap, pushing on such old rubber.
Indeed, but he's got a little bit of traffic as we can see on the screen.
These tyres have now done 27 laps.
Meanwhile, if you want an update on how Che Hatch is doing, here he is, just behind the race leader, a couple of laps down. But seems to have sorted out his issues. Let's look at Che Hatch.
More than a couple of laps down.
Yeah, 5 laps, yes, unfortunately. I was being generous, unfortunately.
And in GT3...
1:24.2 was his last lap, so he's back on the pace.
In GT3, Christian Pascal, who might I add, had a bad Sector 1, but has set a personal best. Now he's set a personal best Sector 1. He's absolutely flying. Jake Dennehan's pitted from second. This is going to be tight.
Yeah, that's how it works.
This is going to be very, very tight between these two because Pascal is absolutely flying. He is lighting these timing screens up with so much green. Pastore goes past Dennehan. Pascal.
There they are. All right. I think.
And Jube was pitted as well now. James Jube was also pitted.
Lead,
Where is Christian Pascal? Is he going to get the better of Jake Dennehan as he comes out of the pits? Danny Robbins jumps into the AFP car. Pascal crosses the line. This is going to be so tight. I think Robbins just has... No, Pascal goes ahead. Christian Pascal goes in front.
Oh, it's a
of
good
Danny
effort by
Robbins.
Christian Pascal,
Yeah.
actually.
And-
In sharing that car with Liam Rance, of course.
Yeah, it was about 4 seconds when he took over, so he's completely shattered the gap, and he's now up to third. Well, it will be second once Pastore makes his pit stop. Fantastic work from Pascal, and Danny Robbins has it all to do now, and he's just jumped in the car too.
Perwin's putting some good laps in as well, lapping well, nearly 2 seconds faster than Froome on the last lap, about second and a half or so.
Yeah.
So he's definitely got in the car and he's on it straight away. Hasn't it's only taken a lap to acclimatise himself, and away he goes.
Yeah, now that everyone's pitting green and coming out of fresh tyres, there's green sector times all round. Another one from
the pits
Provine.
now in the 999 FP car. Ashley's Mantis Rufus.
Yeah, so Juba's given up the reins of that car.
Great stint by Juba.
And they've actually managed to maintain the lead, even to Dylan Claver, Nicola Pastore, who still
The store
has
is
to
only
pit.
1.2 behind.
Pastore still has to pit though.
So Pascal is probably going to get up to second place once Pastore pits. Hey, Robin's still right there, so we've got a really interesting kind of both AFP cars. The independent Christian Pascal in Rant's Corvette, and then Team Shiba car driven by Nicola Pastor. All four of them fairly close together in the fight for the lead in GT3, but with really does feel like once sort of shakes out that Mantis Rucas has probably got at least a 30-second lead over second place. The leader pits, Mike Froome.
Froome's in. All right, this is vital then. Let's see how much this gap is. Provine has been absolutely obliterating the times.
Sometimes you put a fresh driver in, and that's all you really need to start lighting up the timing screens. There's Perwin on screen now.
I think he's
Just
taken
negotiating traffic.
probably a best part of five or so seconds out of Froome. I think they couldn't have stayed out any longer.
Oh, look at that
Yeah.
smoke there! Big collision in GT3. GT3 car facing the wrong way down the road, and everyone has to take evasive action, including Josh Perwin. Crucially.
And someone was way off on the left of the picture there. All
Yeah,
the way off.
That could be a full course yellow.
It looked like a coming together. They were very close. It looked like one of the LMP2 cars just tagging the back of the GT3 car from the looks of things. So very, very tightly bunched up.
And another change of driver. Florent Marty has come in to replace Mike Froome in the race-leading Angry Bull Racing Team car. And it's actually, I think the gap is a bit less than we would have expected. Only 15, a bit higher than we would have expected. It's 15 seconds still from 18.
Yeah, so Kevin Weicher's just getting out in the Velocity Motorsports number 22 at the moment as it's being serviced, but Florent Marty inherits the lead in the Angry Bull Team number 4 car, 15 seconds ahead of Josh Perwin. That's the gap between first and second in LMP2. I'm going to try and cut to the replay from Josh Perwin's perspective. I hope I caught it early enough. Let's see what happens. There you go, we're just looking at a static screen, I think. Play it and get a good view, but it might just be a random bit of track that I found him at. Anyway, do not. You're just getting hammered. This is what happens when you learn it in public. Had to be replaced, but
Well, the gap on the timing screens now is below 10 seconds. So
Yeah.
from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, me too. Something's happened to Florent Marty here. He's had an off in the first.
let's go back to our
sector.
live feed if we can.
Provine might be able to start in certain parts of the track. Might be able to see his.
Yeah, it's under 10 seconds is the gap.
Yeah, it's under 10. Well, stable at around 10 seconds. Overlay's about. Well, I don't know what's going on with the overlay. In all honesty.
Well, it's not my fault. I'm trying my best.
I didn't say it was your fault, don't worry.
The implication was it was.
And Leicester have scored a third. That's game, set, and match. Jose Perez. So
As we see
Trovin gets past.
Branislav Pavlov setting the fastest first sector down in 9th position.
That's interesting. All the way down in 9th. Yeah, it's much faster than Marti was. Over a second faster. And he's quick in sector 2 as well. He's fastest man on track. That's the Unison racing car.
Royal Blue Racing have set a Green's personal best sector as well. 13. Cosmo Uto is the driver, but actually that's just been beaten by Vladislav Pavlov, who set a 122.5.
That's
the
monstrous.
Unison car just ahead. So yeah. Unison, Vladislav Pavlov, I think must have been one of the other drivers in the Unison car. I think I only saw them use at Le Mans, because it's usually just Peter Van and Daniel Schenker. It's good to see new blood in that team, in that car, making an impact.
Alright, I think, I said it in the Discord, I got a bit of work to do, so I think I'm going to dip.
That's fair enough. Thanks for all your help, James. I'm sorry it's been a bit stressful early on, especially.
Early on, I guess, yeah, but yeah, it's been a good race, and I hope that continues for the last hour and a half. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will catch you another time.
Yeah. So it's just you and me now, Ryan, I guess.
Yeah, and as we've been going on about the gap to the lead coming down, it is now down to just under 7.5 seconds. So Perwin taking chunks out of Marty.
There we go. I've got the drivers in now. I must have misclicked the team on the overlay rather than driver, so I apologise for that. Someone obviously didn't have the team registered on the. Right, so. Oh, look at this. Josh Perwin just negotiating a GD3 car. Very far. I think that's the 3 of 1 entry, actually. Right there. So far. Current Marty is going under real pressure pretty soon.
Yeah, I was going to say this. Yeah, it looks like Marty has had to deal with some
2
traffic.
seconds slower than Perwin on that previous lap.
And that's one of the things about this this circuit is it's very tight and twisty in places, and so negotiating back markers is easier said than done.
Of course, NOLA is designed mainly for, I think it's seen IndyCar action over the years quite a lot, but apart from that, it's not really that widely used. It's certainly not for endurance racing. So a little bit like Hockenheim, it's a little bit of an odd venue for endurance racing where it's quite narrow and difficult to overtake in places. All the multiple classes. Not really an obvious choice, NOLA, when you think of tickets for endurance racing. You think Spa, Le Mans, maybe COTA.
But I think due to its in comparison to the GT3s and the LMP cars, it's almost like a go-kart circuit, and that sort of nature can bring a lot of drama and a lot of excitement to the racing.
Indeed it can. There, Ryan. So, in fact, I think in terms of strategy, Froome and Checkits are on a pretty similar one. So it's really pretty difficult to say how it's all going to pan out on that front. But GD3, I definitely think the FP are definitely looking like the favourites so far, with over half the race done. Actually, we've only got an hour and 44 left. Yeah.
So Perwin is now 6.8 seconds off Marty, but Marty has just taken on most of that big clump of back markers, and it seems Perwin is just coming onto the back of them. So it's how well Perwin negotiates the back markers. I feel that this race is going to come down to traffic management in a lot of the parts.
Certainly played its part so far. We saw what happened with Che Hatch and Lorenzo Di Cutius earlier. Radim Krenek is just going back into the pits. He's the only one on. I think he's trying to use these softer tyres. Be wearing out quite quickly, which I believe is what the timing screen's indicating with a purple tyre. Falcon car. Another personal best from Cosmo Pisciuto. Royal Blue Racing, number 13, 123.4. Help him. He's 32 seconds behind Pavlov in RSS Unison. And in 10th for Pisciuto, but Kevin Reach is in 11th, 14 seconds behind, so it's good that he's putting in those laps.
We have yellow flags briefly out in Sector 1, so a slight off-track excursion that must have been. Obviously, interesting thing is Perwin's got his teammate just in front of him, so I don't know if he's just using him as a guide to try and help him through the back markers, because obviously when you're a back marker and you have lapping traffic coming through, it kind of wakes you up a bit, and so it's almost like Perwin's teammate is his scapegoat, and he's just guiding his way through the traffic to help Perwin through.
I think a message from Tom Dillon might be interested in an interview with us. Says we had a rather interesting race, I think he said. Okay.
So Perwin negotiating his way through the traffic. For some reason, the timing screens have completely blocked off what his previous lap was. So,
has it?
I don't.
Is that my fault or the timing screen? I thought you meant the overlay.
No, not the overlay on the actual on the race view.
I just fixed that, and it's just like, oh no, it's going wrong again. There we go. So I think Tom Dillon has joined us.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Hello, Tom. I can hear you fine.
We've had a pretty roller coaster race.
Reading game, it's been up and down, but at the moment they're running in 8th with Callum Hembley at the wheel of the number 72. So, talk us through it, Tom.
Well, it actually was going all right. We had a couple of issues with the car. We didn't run Le Mans Aero, which apparently is really overpowered around this track. So we've had a bit of top speed deficit, I think. We just kind of Pal started in the car. It was going really well, and then I had a few issues getting into the game, so we had to run 2 extra stints, I think, and we had to get Callum in last minute. He's never driven the setup before. He was meant to be driving with ASP. They had some issues, so he's just been doing a mega job in the car for the last hour or so.
He has indeed. Lost that 126 from Callum Hembley, but probably not his best lap. So definitely a unique challenge. You talked a little bit. Oh, you see Josh Perrin coming to grief a little bit with one of the GD3 cars that just really got in the way there. Not sure who that was. Oh, they're ahead in yellow. I think that's doing below, is it?
I don't think it's affected him too much as such, as there still
Yeah,
is
he's still
roughly...
just under 4 seconds, just over 4 seconds now behind.
He can now see the lead down the start-finish straight.
Anyway, sorry about that, Tom. That was a bit dramatic. We saw Josh Perrin just getting into an incident there, as we see Che Hatch retiring again, actually, from the race. So those issues popping up once again. But anyway, going back to 8th place. You were talking about the Le Mans setup, and of course you did Le Mans. You got the team's first podium back at Le Mans. And do you think that has affected? Do you think that's improved the team's morale going into this season? Do you think going into this race there's the expectation that you can fight for podiums, or do you think, well, there's going to be more people around this time, so maybe we'll be like 5th or 6th?
I think, to be honest, I think we have a very realistic chance of getting something like 3rd place overall in the championship if we just keep being consistent and keep getting in the decent point finishes.
Traffic has been a major. Oh, go on, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, so I think we've got a massive chance of getting a decent finish in the championship if we just keep consistent. I think at this stage of the season, though, it is important to just pick up your 8 places and just kind of ease yourself into it. We haven't done much racing over the off season. I think I've done about 2 races in the car. So
Well, you did do a whole 24-hour event, to be fair, which kind of makes up for it.
Well, yeah, I suppose. Since Le Mans, we haven't done much racing, and yes, it's kind of just been getting back up to grips with the car. But I think once we get into our groove again, we should be fighting up there.
Oh, we really look forward to it. Tell us a little bit about the traffic. Are there any good places on the NOLA circuit to come across lapped cars, or is it always just no matter where you come upon them, they're going to get in the way, and you've got to really be careful and tiptoe your way around them?
It's been a complete nightmare, to be honest, with the traffic. It's not been fun at all. There's no way you can overtake them. It's any fun at all.
Brian, do you have any questions for Tom before we gotta get back to it?
No, I'm all right. I think you've asked everything that needs that I could think of.
Yeah, there is. We look at Callum Hambley, just making his way through the traffic as we were just talking about. Wish you best of luck, Tom. Always great to hear from you, and good luck with you. I assume you're doing another stint later on, or is one of your teammates?
I think Joe's in the car next. I'm unfortunately not driving today because of the issues, but.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. But it's good to see you still there cheering your team on,
Yes.
giving them intel. Don't think it's going to rain or anything, but still, whenever there's a full course yellow, you've got to decide strategy pretty quick, I imagine. So.
Yes, thanks for having me.
No
I guess
worries.
I'll see you.
If everyone
next
want
race.
to pop in later and talk to us before the end of the race, we've still got over an hour to go, so feel free. But it's good to catch up with you, Tom, and see you around.
Right, see you.
User left your channel.
There we go.
So back to the race, and yeah, well, the chatter was going on in the comm box.
Josh Perwin got through, yes.
Perwin has got through. It was quite strange. I don't quite know what happened there because Perwin suddenly closed the gap into about 4.5 to 3.5 seconds, and Marty had just started doing personal best 2nd and 3rd sectors before the overtake happened. So I'm not sure if Marty has made a mistake somewhere.
We could look at a replay maybe, see if we can get a from about 50 seconds ago, see if that captures anything. I know he's already in the lead at this point, so over a minute behind. See if we can just catch that before we move on. Yeah, it definitely happened a while ago. We got completely sidetracked with our interview, unfortunately.
I think it happened within the last lap or so because I was kind of glued to the timing screens for most part of it.
Oh yeah, is that him ahead? Yeah, okay. If I just go to replay. that Froome going into the pit? Florent Marty, sorry. Yeah, he went into the pit lane, I think. Or is that just happening now? I'm not sure. So.
Well, Marty is in the
It's
pits
happening
so,
now. Sorry.
Yeah, so
I was trying to change camera. I thought I was still in the replay, but actually it was live. There we go. Florent Marty pits from second position, which I think is going to hand it to Novak, or the third place car. Sorry, I've still got the names on the camera switching thing from our Factory TV client from the drivers that started the race. So I don't know if there's a way to update that or anything, but that's really confusing for me. I have to actually look at the timing screen to figure out who's actually in the car. It's Tanner's wrist, of course. And good Sonneveld actually getting through as well. So, Iris Automation back in the top 3 for the first time in a while. Ruboli in the other AFP car takes 4th position now, just gets ahead of Florent Marty.
So Marty is down 5th place now, showing unless that's a timing thing, it's showing a lap off the lead. Although it seemed like it wasn't that long ago that he last pitted. So unless I'm getting confused with someone else.
Maya? Which sorry, I'm confused what we're talking about.
Marty in.
Marty, sorry, not Maya. I don't know why you said Maya. That really threw me off because I like. There's so many new drivers. I think, oh, is that one I've forgotten? And I just panicked there, and my brain drew a blank. Yeah, Marty just got back out in 5th. He's 2 seconds behind Riboli. His wrist is now the new 2nd place driver. Yeah. Flamedel racing number 23 itself had a pretty up and down. Yeah, it must have been a good move by Josh Penn. I'm really sorry we couldn't catch that. I think we got an interview just at the wrong moment where I was completely distracted.
Well, at the moment we've got a battle, or was a battle heating up for 2nd position, although it's gone out to 5 seconds now.
Riboli has actually gone to the pits too.
Yes.
So that means that Marty's probably get back through. Nice. Oh, this is Marty making another pit stop. I wonder if Josh Perrin just got in front because he made a pit stop. There's definitely something up with that car.
Well, I was wondering about that because he came out of pit lane and it seemed almost as if the car was crabbing slightly when he was out of pit lane. I couldn't
so
tell.
He made contact with a back marker and damaged the car, and that's what's lets Josh Perrin take the lead for Abstinio Force Polonia. That could well be it, but this is troubling times for Angry Bull Racing Team. Molnar Peter pits ahead of him in the Mugen number 21. Mika Hakimi takes over the 97 AFP. Going to be leaving the pit lane soon too. Sad to see Angry Bull leading this race for so long. Their race is unraveling, unfortunately.
Yeah, at the moment, down in GT3, there looks like the things are getting a bit close for the battle for 3rd place between is that Pfeiffer and Robbins?
It is, yes. I was just looking at the 2nd place battle in LMP2. Henry Robbins.
She's also fairly close at just over 3 seconds. Ooh. And a bit of contact with one of the GT3 cars as they come to lap.
I'm a bit slow reacting things, it's because I'm literally restarting the screen share thing because it's frozen on me and I can't see anything.
Doing a million things at once.
Yeah, they basically said, they woke me up this morning and said, okay, basically you have to do everything today. Which is never a good sign. I'm just a commentator. How do I use any of this? Oh, no, goodbye.
So Marty is back in the pit lane again? Has he came out and done another lap and is back in the pits, or is he having a really long pit stop?
I think he's still in there, which is why I cut away.
and it would appear that Pfeiffer has indeed got ahead of Robbins for that third position.
Yeah, sorry, I cut to Robinson. He was on his own. Looked quite lively that. I think Che Hatcher's got going again, and overtaken Robbins as well. Not it's Pfeiffer who's obviously in the LMP2.
Ah, yes, indeed.
Yeah, that Che Hatcher's driving earlier. Sorry.
That's yeah. That was what was confusing me. I was
Marty dropping down the order like a stone.
I was going to say, looking on the timing screens, I was like, that gap between them two had come down rocket really quick.
No wonder. Yeah, I suppose it's hard to get track who's in what machinery on the time screen because it doesn't always indicate. As we see, there's that Gosh Sonneveld and Thomas Rist really fighting each other up front.
There appears to be only just
Second.
one, yeah, just over a second in it.
I think Thomas Rist has actually pulled out a little bit on that. Yeah, it's definitely over a second now. I think it keeps Sonneveld. Yeah, 5.4. Sonneveld really held up there.
Another little close battle coming up is in GT3, and this generally is two GT3 cars against each other. It is Savagna and Pastor.
They're fighting they're just behind Robbins, of course.
Currently, well, less than half a second between them, the two of them. And there is very, very close. So this is Ferrari versus McLaren. As you've already said, a lot of people opting for the Ferrari in this race. So they have to allow, is that Perwin going through there, or is that his teammate?
One of the AFP cars, yeah. There's another. That must be Warren Marty getting going again in the Google car. Only 9th in LMP2.
As Reitz in the third place, Orica has just came into the pit lane.
It's getting really dark in it. I just have to shut the curtains. Like, a bit hard to see. There we go. So Pastor still holding on to 5th in class, but Savagna is right ahead of him. Got to be some kind of opportunity soon, you'd think, for him to get in front of the Mugen Sim Racing 888 car.
Just seems that Ferrari likes to be able to take that tighter line through the corners. The McLaren take a lot wider, more wider approach into the corners. As at the same point of the track, they have a LMP2 car splitting in between them.
The gap's starting to bridge out a little bit here, actually, in the middle section. Yes, is. So Josh Perwin finds himself with a lead of over a lap over Gij Sonneveld. Really gone with Florent Marty pretty much out the picture, 4 laps down. It's really going Josh Perwin's way and the way of AFP number 99.
It does for the moment, with less than an hour and a half to go, or well over hour and a half to go at this moment. But as we've seen all through the fields, it isn't over until it's over, because you don't know what sort of problems is going to go. Oh, and that looks to be one of the back markers getting out onto the grass and off, almost losing it into Savannah.
Molnar Pitter pits from third. Dugan number 21 in LMP2. That is going to take the pressure off Gidge Sonneveld. Thomas raced through.
Be interesting to see what sort of lap. So Riss is still, although he did put a personal best in that final sector, it'll be interesting to see what Riss manages to do lap time wise before Sonneveld comes into the pits, because I'm assuming he's needing to pit soon.
Against Mika Hakimi into 5th place, actually, past Mugen, it's still stationary. P starting to 1st and 5th in LMP2, and leading in GD3, sorry, with is it Mantis Ricus? Yes. P in 999. Yeah, so they're almost on the podium in both, because they're 4th and 1st in GD3 and 1st and 5th in LMP2. Pretty well for AFP so far. They're definitely a much improved team. They always had speed, but they seem a bit more consistent this time around, it seems. They recently combined with, I think, was it the Valet? The Belgian team? Because they're from Poland, AFP, so yeah, it's interesting. They definitely seem like not only have they got more cars, but there's a bit more strength in depth across all the sides. With some brilliant names in their lineup. Mika Hakimi, Huber we talked about already. Danny Robbins is pretty quick. Yeah, lots of standouts.
It seems Pastor, after getting split up a little bit, is managed to reel that gap back in slightly to Savannah. They're still again under a second between those two.
Yep, well, I've accidentally clicked on someone who's fired. Here we are, there's that battle.
Indeed, once again we cut to them to find a LMP2 car stuck in the middle of them as Savannah pits. So that's that
The battle is over
little
then.
battle over. And yeah, obviously the LMP2 guys saying that they're struggling with.
Interesting when Pascal Leggett gets back into his perspective. He comes back.
Interestingly, there's a Corvette almost being collected by the LMP2 cars, who's lost his rear wing there. Just in the back of the picture, going very slowly.
Okay. Finish. Yeah. I was always trying to remember where everything is, because I have to scroll through like pages and pages of stuff to actually find all the... So, each Sonneveld has actually gone into the pits. Second position. Here he is.
Yes, so this is going to be interesting to see how this pans out, and how well in third. How much of a gap has he managed to close in on these previous laps? Is it currently, on his current lap, he's setting personal bests.
He is, yes. Could actually get ahead of Sonneveld. I think he's got to the start-finish line. They're still stationary. There we go. We're back into second position for Iris. Oh no, sorry. Wrist is actually got ahead.
Yes,
misjudged that.
I think yeah. He literally just got passed into that first corner.
I was watching the wrong car.
Sonnenfeld literally was just coming out of pit lane, coming up to getting up to speed, and Riss pounced on the opportunity and sent it up the inside.
We go. And Sonneveld fresh tyres. Not on the fresh tyres. I think Riss is on the fresh tyres, isn't he? So.
Code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh, and we're going.
There's been some kind of incident then.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80. Code 80.
Look at that. You could see that Sonneveld fancied to go at wrist just as the code 80 was being pulled. Quite able to get through there before doing effect. There we go. There's a stranded car. That looked like a.
That's the Corvette that I was saying about earlier with the.
Oh, it's Arnaud Potier.
He's got a rear wing missing on it, so he seemed to be struggling around.
I get it back to the pits. It was too badly damaged. Well, it has now, of course. But anyway, another one bites the dust. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 retirements, I think.
So, Ritz tyres they're only about four or five laps older than Sonnenveld's.
A huge difference is the leader pits Perwin.
So
a lap on wrist, so he can afford to do that.
So he's just completed.
Code 80 ends in 10 seconds.
Patrick Attila Lukacs has also taken over the DEAC hackers car, running in
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Anyone just going in the pits now is really going to lose out here.
We are back running.
Oh, someone's immediately gone in the gravel there. On the back mark is an LMP2.
Yeah, there's an LMP2 car stuck on the, stopped on the side of the road as well.
And Sonneveld, is that Sonneveld having a go at wrist here?
Looks like he's lining them up.
Yeah, they've got a car sort of in between them, haven't they?
But Ritz has got the inside for the chicane. But Sonneveld really wants a bit of this, although again he's positioned himself so he's on the outside for this next chicane. Goes in deep. Sonneveld unable to capitalise on that, but he's going to get a good run coming onto the start-finish straight.
Yeah, he's going to try to go around the outside. Here we go. Got him before he even gets to the corner, I think.
Yeah, he's basically through. Yeah, they crossed the start-finish line ahead. Now is Riz going to have another go back at him?
Opportunist stuff by Sonneveld. I think he's too far ahead for Riz to lunge on up the inside. Really got a great run onto that last straight, main straight, didn't he? Anyway, so that is Aris, like I said, back into second position. It took a while, but Cameron Swiss did put up a very good fight there. Cosmo Pasciuto, a pretty solid stint down in 8th place for Royal Blue Racing. He's coming to the pits, as does Florent Marty. So the last lap. Oh no, of course the last lap was slow. It was under full course yellow. Oh. Giving a server pack. I can drag people in without having to endlessly send them passwords.
It'll be interesting to see what Riz can do, because he was, before the pit stop phase, he was closing on Sonneveld, so whether or not he can regroup and mount another attack as they are taking on some back markers. And interestingly, Pavlov in 9th, fastest first sector.
Marty's still in the pits. Feels like he maybe could have done this under code 80, but there might be bigger issues with that car there as Callum Hambley, Reading Game Studios car, jumps ahead of them then. Good news for them. They were 8th earlier, but after a pit stop they've dropped down to 10th behind Pavlov, and so they'll be looking to get those places back. Fighting against the champions, Unison Racing, that's not going to be easy. Just there. 3 guys. Well, he's pulled out a little bit of a gap. What else is going on? Well, doesn't seem like anyone else has been about like 3 or 4 seconds of each other. Ross Benjamin, as Florian Marty continues to tumble down the order in the pit lane. Ross Benjamin is about 5 seconds behind Ellie Eletia, although Ellie is actually doing a good job to hold him off.
Noticed in his last couple of laps, we're starting to see quite a few purple sectors suddenly popping up here and there.
Oh, and there we go. So Florian Marty termed as retiring from the race now. Real bad news for him. They were leading earlier, of course. They from pole position. They did such a good job early on. All falling apart for Angry Ball.
As the leaders just set the personal best first sector and fastest middle sector. So again, people trying to push in their early stints after code 80 for fastest lap.
Really feels like AFP are laying down the market here. A much stronger team than they were previous season, as I was saying. I wonder if this is the start of a big title challenge for them. Maybe a bit premature to say it now, but see how things go. But it's looking pretty positive for them so far.
Well, it's the first race of the season, and in most championships, the first race of the season tends to throw a bit of a spanner in the works.
It does, that's very true. The time left. It disappeared at some point, probably during a replay, my failed attempts at doing replays. So,
It's back
1
now.
hour, 11 minutes. Yeah, there's your leaders, Perwin and Rikus. Both Abstinio Force Bologna. Definitely think the LMP2 battle, interestingly, has been probably, for the win, has been the bigger battle. Whereas in GD3, it really has, AFP have kind of had it their own way with their lead car.
Yeah, it's been quite strange, because usually we're saying that GT3 battles tend to be the more exciting close battles, but as you said, the LMP2 has been very good, very all through the race.
No doubt, a few twists and turns left to go, of course.
Yep, we
See when they happen.
Got just over 10 minutes left, and still anything can happen in those hour and 10 minutes.
Interesting, if you're watching, feel free to send in messages. I'm probably not able to reply to many of them so far, so... because they threw everything at me this morning and said you have to do everything, so... not absolutely everything, but like, you know what I mean. Been sharing stuff. But... first connection. But anyway, watching Ellie Pelletier pulling away from Rose Benjamin behind her. Oh, there we go. Ellie Pelletier just taking a trip through the grass there. They said through the glass, but no one put plate glass on Circuit New Orleans. So yeah, a little big mistake there. She just missed the breaking point. But did she lose any positions? Yeah, she did. Ross Bender went through. So
And also, just flashing up on our screen, Pfeiffer has received some form of penalty, so he's currently in the pits.
he's probably serving at Iris Automation GD3 margin Python. Origin Python, sorry. Oh, it's before the J, the other way around. Who else is? Rose is now 7.6 behind Sonneville. Evan Muller is less than 3 seconds behind Stanislas Pajal, 360 Motorsports car. So Ari Racing looking to get into the top 11.
And Store is closing in quite a lot on
Giuseppe
Robbins.
Pastor, yes. Quite a few battles today.
So that is nearly 2.5 seconds.
Probably more likely to be the better battle than this one, I think. Between Evan Muller and Spajal. Or it's already started to play a little bit, actually. Okay. Earlier, Nicola Pastor was driving this car, now it's Giuseppe Pastor, so the Pastor family, I'm assuming? Maybe they just have very similar last names, and it's yeah. Pastor duo. Quick progress up in 4th in GD3.
I've noticed there's too many drivers with their name either beginning with R or P in this championship. This is and they all sound similar.
Yeah, it's not the commentator's dream, is it? The commentator with these similar names. Mind you, I never thought we'd get used to saying names like Jaime Alguersuari. Alguersuari has a horrible last name to spell. When you actually say it, it's not so bad. Thankfully, he quit to become a DJ, so maybe it's a name that better on posters and stuff. Anyway, offline.
Yeah, it
That's
seems
progress.
in that in the fight for second place, it seems Rist he's hemorrhaged quite a lot of time in this lap alone.
He's been out a while.
It's gone up this
11 seconds. This is a gap to Sonneville.
And it is somewhat increasing now. How
At
long?
this rate, he could come under threat from Attila Lukacs in the DEAC Hackers car.
How long has he been on those tyres? So the current tyres he's on at the moment, he's been on for 12 laps, and against Sonneveld's tyres, which are only 8 laps old. So there's not a massive difference in between, but the pace that he had on the previous stint against Sonneveld, not as good as on this current stint.
Yeah, definitely feels like Briss is going to have to go pretty soon. So he has got the gap down to 9.3 in the last set, so I think Sonneveld must have made an error somewhere. The LMP2 traffic threading through them. Pastor has had a little bit of issue. There's the Ferrari. Has to get well out of the way. The Pastor. Not for position, is it? I don't think so. That's a lap to GD3. Robbins in the AFP car starts to stretch away from him. So, just over an hour to go.
Just over an hour to go, and just approximately a second and a half between Robbins and Pastor at the moment. Looking further down the order, Savan, after his pit stop earlier, he's now coming up to the back of Sean Jones, who, and that's about 1.5 seconds as well.
I'll switch to that battle actually. Vanya in sharing the car with Jerry below, of course.
And Pascal Eggert has been given a penalty, apparently.
Oh, our co-commentator from just before you joined us, right? He'll maybe give us a explanation of that, of his side of the story later. I'm not sure he'll be too happy about that one. Pascal is 85 seconds behind Sven Gielheid, race automation number 7 GD3. Only 5 seconds ahead of Jeff Close in the BMW. The other RS automation number 77.
Yeah, the BMW's not seeming to have a particularly great day here today. Obviously, it seemed in the previous races, the American tracks where they were fairly power heavy circuits. The BMWs seem to like those tracks, but
maybe there's too many long radius corners and too many tight technical sections. Twisty this track for the BMW really stretch its legs. Or it could just be that there are better cars. And on, of course. So I imagine the Ferraris, maybe even the Corvette seems to be the cars of choice. The McLarens, the BMWs, Aston Martins, all rarities in the GT3 field.
indeed, I don't even think we even have an entry from an Aston Martin.
Oh, right, because it was Bentley. I was thinking of, not Aston.
Yeah, we've got Bentley.
It's because Aston are rejoining F1, so it was
we did have some Astons in last season, if I remember. But
we did, yes. The RSS Unison G3 team had an Aston.
As we see an LMP car stuck on the side of the road there.
That is.
It looks as though it just started moving as we were going out of shot.
Bit didn't there.
Well,
yeah. Sean Jones are right ahead of him, so still very close.
It could be. Was that Reeds just then? Because he was closing the gap.
Oh yeah,
and he's lost. He's lost
Honda
about
racing car is really losing ground here.
He's lost about 10 seconds.
There's a really interesting battle potentially for second place here between Sonneveld, Rist and Attila Lukacs, the LMP2. With Attila Lukacs only 27 seconds behind Rist 18 seconds behind Sonneveld.
This is getting really tight now.
Now at Savannah, really looking for a way through, but Sean Jones, Valley number 909, not going to let him through and give up that 5th position easily.
Jones really leaning on those tyres, the back end almost giving way, screaming enough as they get the LMP cars and a slower cut. Oh, that is heart and mouth stuff as they go through there.
Yep, he hasn't lost any time, crucially.
Still, like Savannah hugging those curbs, trying to just find any little gap possible that he can just sneak that McLaren past that Ferrari.
Oh, here we go. He's almost got the inside line there, but Sean really held him off there. Had the outside, had enough overlap to prevent any from trying anything.
What? Jones caused Savannah to run over the curb, which would have lost him a little bit of time. Yeah, very, very elbows out defending from Jones.
Speaking of elbows, let's have a look at them. Here we go, as they go onto the long straight. Ish back straight, I guess. I just, because earlier James said that I think Elliot, as we see the battle starting here. I'm just not sure if I should get into this anecdote before this battle finishes. The LMP2 coming through the lap, both of them. Oh, that's on the AFP cars. Yes, judging that about right.
Yeah, and Jones did catch a little bit of the curb, which caused the car to fishtail slightly, which made Savannah almost think that he was having a chance, but now that they'll be swarmed by the LMP cars coming through. Savannah trying to be a bit opportunistic, but Jones just parking that car wherever it needs to be.
Oh, absolutely. And Jones really putting out all the stops in just to make sure that you can keep that 5th position. But what I was going to say was that earlier when James was on, he said that I think he was telling us that Ellie Pelletier was up for an interview, and I sent a message to Ellie Pelletier saying, "Oh, sorry, didn't respond earlier, but we're up for an interview." Then Ellie Pelletier has just done a pit stop in the race and messaged me during it to say, "I'm driving." That really shows how stupid I am.
Savannah trying it round the outside of Jones. Thought he had it on there, but Jones got another LMP car coming through.
Yeah, this is a really good battle, actually.
And
I'm glad you recommended it to me.
That's opened a little bit of a gap up, although Jones also being slightly hindered by the LMP2 car trying to pass him, which means Savannah has managed to get a little bit of a better run onto that back straight.
Yeah, there's some breathing space there, but oh, look at this. Trying almost thinking about on the outside there, but... And while we've been watching this, Evan Muller has closed to within 2 seconds of Ross Benjamin's. RE Racing looking to get that 11th position still. Oh! That is exciting down the back straight. Who's going to get the best run here? Let's have a look.
Well, there's a cluster of 4 GT cars and an LMP right there, and it's not all for position there, I don't believe.
Sean Jones has still somehow managed to hold on there. And yeah, definitely seems the quicker one at the moment. And as Sean Jones holding him up, put Savannah, Gabriel Husti is only about 32 seconds behind, so if you can hold him up a lot stronger, it could turn into a three-way battle.
Got one of the BMWs now is trying to get itself into the mix as
it just
well.
Can't unlap itself. Oh.
And Savannah's taken the position.
She's done it.
Jones is died.
I think so. I think Savannah's held him off.
And they're
the timing screen.
3 wide and now.
Oh, no.
And Jones properly sends it up with a robust overtake. And now Jones has got back in front of Savannah.
Yep.
And Savannah's just been clipped by one of the Bentleys.
Yeah, this could be some steward inquiries afterwards for that contact.
You got the Bentley and the BMW behind them squabbling over for together. And let's see. So there is only one Bentley in this race, isn't there?
I think so.
Yeah, and so those two aren't even squabbling.
Vinicius Del Vecchio.
Because he's in 27th, and I'm not quite sure which BMW that is. It's getting very sideways through there. And it looks...
Savannah in the slipstream trying another go at Jones. Jones forced into the outside, almost onto the grass here. Around the outside.
Again, very, very tough defending from Jones. Brilliant stuff here.
Yeah, he's really able to second guess. And also, oh, the LMP2 car coming to grief there between the two of them. I'm not going to be happy about this. This is sort of a nightmare scenario for LMP2 cars trying to lap them, isn't it?
And the LMP2 car's sandwiched in between. Oh, and it touched the BMW, and that's... Oh, this is getting very messy here.
Savannah has... is still behind Jones, unfortunately, I think.
Yep, yeah. Jones has got some very good breathing space now because of the shenanigans between the LMP2 and the BMW.
Meanwhile, Ross Benjamin has actually pulled out a 8-second gap over Evan Muller, so Evan Muller not quite catching him in the end. Patrick Attila Lukacs is close to within 8 seconds of Tamás Rist, so Rist still struggling a little bit.
Yeah, and he's lost 30 seconds now.
While we're watching this battle, okay, could have been one of the guys trying to lap through, I think.
Oh, and that's an LMP2 car having a bit of a spin. Then we got another LMP2 car in the mix trying to lap its way through.
That's not one of the Reading Game Studios cars, is it? The white and blue car. I really, that's done by Karen Hambley. Callum Hambley's worked his way back up into 8th position. So that Joe is going to be doing the final stint. I forget. Said that Joe was... Be someone I've seen drive from them before. He's probably going to come around and then I'll not recognise him. That's the way these things usually. Of course, Joe Gostistis, who did quite a big stint at Le Mans as well. Lap 131. Ross Benjamin's pit now, so Evan Miller has got that 11th place after all.
And that looks to be Reese carving its way through this GT battle now. Yeah, he's hemorrhaging time. Now he's 33 seconds off.
Wrist.
And that is Benjamin in 12th
Last
position.
lap was 124.9, a couple of tenths behind his opposition, although Lukács was actually slightly slower.
He did find himself, if that was Reese, stuck up trying to overtake that cluster of GT3 cars on that in the first sector on the last lap.
This is what Attila Lukács is having to deal with at the present moment.
Yeah, so Reese has just got his way through. That's Reese just disappearing out the bottom of our screens now, and Lukács actually not hindered that bad by
it's only 6.4 seconds
battle,
behind.
but Lukács has sent Jones wide, which is to Vanya the opportunity to pounce round the outside.
Okay, good spot there. Yeah, I'm trying to look at a lot of things at once there and I missed that.
And they're side by side coming into the corner as they go into the back straight. I'm not quite sure, I can't see who's where now. It looks like Savannah may have got through.
He did, yes. So Sean Jones losing out there, that LMP2 car. He held on for as long as he could, put up a very good defence, but perhaps the tyres starting to give less good grip as the laps went on. Let's see what the gap is on those two.
Jones will definitely, although Christmas has just gone past, I think Jones will be taking Lukács off of his Christmas card list after causing that.
But Lukács has got his own race to worry about. I guess he can't afford to just wait behind for that battle to sort itself out. He's got to go for it. So speaking of which, Lukács has got the gap down to 5.4 seconds.
Oh, and one of the BMWs shunting into the back of Jones there, into that first corner.
Trying to unlap him.
Seems to have lost a bit of time. However, Savannah up ahead, struggling slightly as he's finding himself being lapped, and now Jones is having to defend from the BMW, trying to unlap itself. Both BMWs are actually together. They are on circuit together, but they're not actually fighting for position.
The number 86 Iris Automation car, which has been in and out of the pit lane, has actually got going again with Margin Pfeiffer is right behind Charles Gaudet in the Falcon number 60666, which that's probably so he's sort of caught up to the back end of the LMP2 cars.
So that is Jeff.
Rikus is actually pitting now in the lead-in GT3. See that now, actually. Here he is.
That is Kloss, who's just threaded his way past Jones, and then it's the other BMW of
Ben Gielhoed.
Yeah, who's just behind. So, Kloss is actually,
And I think Reading Game Studios have bought Cal Hembley and possibly for a driver change for the final stint. Yep, Joe Gostistis gets in the car. What Reading Game Studios can do.
and we have under 50 minutes left of what has actually been a very exciting half hour. I mean, I've been glued to the battling so much that I've completely lost track of time here.
Me too. It's been emotional for me. Let's put it that way. So Patrick Attila Lukacs is about 6 seconds behind Tamas Rist. Well, just under 6 seconds actually. Still catching, I believe. Wonder if EAC hackers can still get on the podium and steal it from Heimdall Racing in the dying quarter of the race. 48 minutes, so still time to do it, but Attila Lukacs is going to thinking, I need to get a hurry on here. And if he can get Rist, it will only be about 30 seconds to Sonneveld, but I think catching 30 seconds in about 30 minutes might be too big an ask.
It seems like a podium is well on the cards here, though.
Indeed. Meanwhile, so we know Joe Gostis is just hit. He's 26 seconds behind Stanislas Ajord with the 360 Motorsports, who is about 3.5 seconds behind Antoni Nickpon with Velocity Motorsports number 22 in 8th. So there's a good battle for 8th, actually. Here we go, we can see it on the screen now. Stanislas losing in the last couple of laps, it must be said. Lost that 27.0. Nicky Pons lost that 27.6. Good bunch of points here on offer in the lower end LMP2. Ooh, Chris Gitsov wants to talk to us, so it seems like his stin's done. Let's see. I've just got to find. There he is. So he'll be joining us in a few.
User was moved to your channel.
Hello, Mr. Gitsov. Nice of you to join us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Have you been enjoying the action today?
A little bit.
There's been a lot of controversy with all these GD3 cars and LMP2 cars tripping over each other, haven't they?
Yeah. Maybe it was because it was the early stages of the race, and maybe because it's a new season and the drivers are.
Well, as we're just talking, Patrick Attila Lukacs has got past Tamas Rist for 3rd overall. There we go. We can just see.
Wait, aren't we like P2 right now?
Yeah, you're in P2, I think. Gid Sonneveld is still running in your teammate in the Iris Automation number 87 in P2. It's been very up and down, isn't it? The other car obviously was leading at one point and then had a big issue and dropped down the order. And you've had to sort of pick up the pieces.
Yeah, it was very unlucky for them. We had bad luck at the start with our turn 1. We got sort of taken out, and I was involved in some weird incidents, and I had to lift so I don't get penalty, not penalty damage. Get involved in the incident, so I was losing some time with the action ahead of me, sort of trying to be consistent, which in the end paid off. We're now P2, so...
Sorry to interrupt you, Chris, but Molnar Peter is having a big fight for 4th position with Tamas Rist, who has lost 2 positions now, so Rist in real trouble, the tyre's starting to die, and Mugen getting into the top 4 with Molnar Peter.
Oh, yeah. They've done really good. I believe they started in top 3 for the race.
They did. Mugen were in the top 3, yes.
Yeah,
had a bit of issue at the start.
I think we were like P6, but it was very close on the start in the qualifying, which was very surprising for me. But also it was very good for me because I was able to go faster than what I did in practice. Sort of go on the limit and above the limit in such a high pressure situation with so great drivers racing with me.
Absolutely. I was wondering, Chris, we talked to a certain other team manager of another team who I will not name to you, but he told us that a lot of his rival teams were using a Le Mans setup, which gave them a big advantage, especially down the straights. Are you using a Le Mans setup, or are you not at liberty to discuss that?
It's not that I'm not in liberty to discuss that, but you can see yourself what setups the drivers are driving just by seeing the driving style. It's not exactly easy, but when you look at sectors, when you look at the driving style, because different aero packages affect how your car behaves under braking, under high speeds. So I'll let you guess for yourself, maybe, and have fun guessing each team.
That's just one of the LMP2 back markers having a little half spin there, but got going in. Sorry, Chris, I keep commentating on the action. I should be coming to you. Brian, do you have any questions for Chris while we sit here?
No, not really. I'm just been glued to the timing screens as always. But yeah, are you finding it particularly difficult at this circuit, being it's got quite a go-kart circuit nature?
Oh, yes, it's fun. Oof. At first, the track was really difficult, but it was tricky because it's very strange. The way it's made, the layout is pretty unique in my opinion, which is something very good because you really drive very different tracks, and sometimes, especially in F1, bringing it up right now, you have a lot of tracks which are very similar, and driving such very low speed sections and having then these massive straights is something that you have to adapt to. I think we were able to adapt very well to it, so I'm really happy with the result.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, you don't get a lot of endurance racing tracks with like really slow sectors. I think maybe the Sector 2 in Circuit of the Americas is the only other one that really comes to my mind. Just a quick word on the race itself. So Patrick Attila-Lukacs in the EERC Hackers car is 25 seconds behind, is closed very slightly on Gidge after that spin. Do you think you can hold on to second in the remaining half hour or so, 40 minutes or so of the race left to go?
You never know. We might end up in P1, we might end up in P10. You never know. We hope for the best.
You got to make up those 2 laps to AFP, of course, if you want to win.
It's 1 lap.
Oh, it is 1 lap. The time screen says 2. I think it might be just over 1 lap, which is why it's saying that.
Yeah, it's just 1 lap, but they're we're in Sector 2. They're just going to Sector 2 as well. So, yeah, they had very good race. They did brilliantly, very well, and they were very good. So, if we're able to come back and fight with them, it would be very lucky for us. We'll be very happy to do so. Maybe fight for the win. You never know. It's 30 minutes. In 4 hours, it happened a lot. So you never know what will happen in the last 30 minutes. It's always very tricky around now because some drivers are starting to push more. Some drivers are trying to back off a bit, and it's really, you can see the difference in the strategies and how the other cars affect you because the track isn't really big and we have 44 cars, which is amazing for this round.
Indeed it is. It's a great season opener, and you've had a great run so far. Best of luck for the finish. Thanks for joining us, Chris.
Thank you for having me.
Good thing. And if you want to say some more, hopefully if we finish on the podium, we get to talk to you afterwards as well.
I hope we get on the podium.
Oh, me too. Well, me too. Even though I'm supposed to be unbiased, but
Thank
Best
you
of
very
luck,
much.
Chris. So, Molnar Peters just entered the pit lane from fourth position. He's got back in the Mugen Racing number 21,
User left
and they've
your
put on some
channel.
fresh tyres. So that's probably a sensible decision, as we see the Pascal Corvette 977 pitting as well.
Well, that it flashed up on our screen during the interview that he's been given a penalty of some sort.
Ah, okay. That might have been why we one part to do with why we saw him dropping back, because he was trying to defend quite heavily and was getting overtaken around the outside. Yeah, I think like Chris was sort of saying, for the drivers that are pushing and the drivers that are sort of trying to save tyres and fuel near the end, there's a big difference between the two, and it seems like they're all sort of congregating on the same parts of the racetrack.
And also, I don't know if we've picked up on this already, if it happened before the interview or during the interview, but Danny Robbins has been in the pits for some time. I don't know if he's retired.
Yeah, I think he might actually be out. Let me have a look. Screen's frozen up again. So, I don't know. It says to me the car driven. I think Robbins and Denahan teammates, if I remember correctly. So I do think that Danny Robbins is out. It's the number 979, isn't it? AFP car. So it's a shame they were doing quite well earlier. They were running in top 5, weren't they? Top 4.
Yeah. And obviously, as we were talking about in the interview, Lucas, at the start of whilst we were talking, was it's part 33 seconds for Sonveld, and he's now 26 seconds off him. So that gap is starting to come down some bit. Although he did put a slightly, a substantially slower lap on the previous lap.
So, interestingly, another battle I've had a little bit noticed is Joe Gostistis in Marine Game Series number 72 was caught within 4 seconds and Tony Nippon. So, the Velocity Motorsports number 22 is looking a bit vulnerable as Josh Perrin pits from the lead. Here's one with Martin Region Hyphen in Virus Automation number 86 is the last car in LMP2 running, I think, at the moment. Mantis Rukas' lead in GD3, we've not talked about him very much, but he is about 82 seconds ahead of Christian Pascal. The independent Callaway Corvette have actually had a pretty great run. 14 seconds ahead of Giuseppe Pastor, taking over the Team Shiba number 73. Then is Bertrand Sevilla in the Mugen. So, yeah, it's all... Husti has also somehow managed to get past Sean Jones since we last saw them. So Gabo Husti is actually... and Mugen they're coming back strong in GD3 near the end of this race, as second place is also picked, Keith Sonneveld, as Josh Perrin gets going again. Let's see. Down off the 8th position.
And Lucas has entered the pits as well.
Yeah, so all the top 3 coming in at the same time. So the strategies are converging. With 35 minutes left to go.
So that has got to be, as usually a stint lasts about 40 minutes, that is got to be the last pit stops for them, and they're on their way to the finish now.
Indeed. So it is looking like it's going to be a straight fight to the finish. It's saying Gidge Sonneveld 0.8 behind Patrick Till Lukacs, but actually that's just because their positions in the pit lane, I think. Where goes this? 2.9 seconds behind Antonio Nippon. There we go, Gidge Sonneveld has got going again.
Yeah, so he's taken best part 2 seconds out of him now. Has Gastisis out Nippon.
We're on board for our penalty for Charles G'day. number 66 Team Falcon machine, which has already had its fair share of penalties and stuff today. What that is for? It might say in the actual Discord. I should probably check.
So Hakimi has been putting in some pretty impressive lap times recently as well. Having every now and then putting up the odd purple sector as well. As we see, one of the LMP cars going off. So
Sorry about that. Alright, okay, where was I? I was looking at...
currently, currently on board with Gastissis, who is 1.7, or just over a second off of Nick Pom, and that is Nick Pom you can see just in front.
Could be a trackside camera.
Nick
A lot
Pom
of penalties in this race.
having starting to come under. I think he's starting to feel the pressure as he's starting to make the odd mistake here and there.
Odd that Falcon 666 got a penalty, because the last time I looked through a chat, it was incident involving Team Falcon 66 and ADN Racing Team number 51, no further action. So clearly there was another incident, and the team, they were like, okay, we can't let you off this time, Team Falcon.
And Sean Jones has just received a penalty as well.
Yeah. Wait, which one is?
Sean now, after the pit stops, obviously both second and third place cars pitted. All the effort that Lucas made to close in on Sonneveld, it's kind of gone away now because it's almost 40 seconds now, the gap.
Yeah, it is looking a little bit like just starting to fade. Third place car. There's a chain there, looked much stronger earlier on. Justice still closing in. Reading MCA's car, although he has to let the faster LMP2 car through. It's a bit higher up, but that's the race leader he's running through actually.
Yeah, and Nick Pon, who had been passed by him, is now peeled into the pits. So he will be having his last service of the race.
I'm struggling to get the timing screen to work again. I was looking at it, it's pretty blank on my phone, so...
But as it stands, with all of the last pit stops taking place for this race, as going down the order, Pfeiffer in the number 86 Orica Iris car is just set the fastest lap of the race. Of a 1:21.9.
That's impressive. It'll be interesting to see if he can make anything of that, because I think Pfeiffer is... Where exactly is he in the order? He's pretty low down.
Yeah, was that the X? Was driven by Hatch early on in the race?
Yeah, it's the one that's been in and out, isn't it?
Yeah. So obviously showing that they have got... They did have race winning. Well, up until they were having their problems, they had.
Yeah, we did hear from Chris Gitzer, his teammate, in the other car. They basically said that they were just really unlucky. So it does sound like they were connected. Sort of wasn't to do with the drivers.
And they've set their fastest lap, and now they've come into the pits.
Okay. There isn't a bonus point for fastest lap, I don't think so. What motivated that?
Ross, however, at the moment, Ross Benjamin is right up onto the back of Muller for 12th position. in the overall and for LMP2. Okay, only, well, 0.3 of a second between the two of them.
So, as the time counts down, we're in the final half hour now, and it's looking like number 99, Abstinia Force Polonio car. Difficult to see how it's going to be headed at this point, with it being just over a lap ahead. Like I said, it is only a lap, but it's going to take a big mistake here for Abstinia Force Polonio to lose what would be their first LMP2 win in the EERC Endurance Championship. You see it just negotiating the lap traffic there. That's the Valvoline car. That is in second place, isn't it? 83. The Christian Pascal.
Yeah, recovering from whatever form of penalty it was that he received.
Earlier in the race, yeah. It's been 4 hours, so it's quite hard to keep track of everything that happened.
And looks like, yep, it's as Ross Benjamin. It looks like Ross Benjamin's just got past Muller for 12th position now. And looking down the order, you have the closest battle at the moment on track is Jeff Kloss in the BMW down 30th position GT3. In the Iris Automation 77 car, he is a second off of Alfie Bevan in one of the Ferraris.
Hang on that, as Molnar Peter just got past Patrick Attila Lukacs. I think he has.
Yeah.
So on the fresher tyres, Molnar Peter is actually a bit faster in the 21. Taking away that third position from him.
Well, yeah, he's dropped. Lucas dropped substantially again. It just seems that Lucas, when it comes to going on to a fresh set of tyres, he just doesn't seem to be able to switch the tyres on as well as his competitors, as he has lost now just over 48 seconds to Sonneveld. Now, before the pits, it was approximately 25 seconds.
Really, swung the other way quite dramatically, isn't it? Away from them. I'm really struggling with the timing screens at the moment. I'm trying to look for where the battles are, and I can't see it because I closed the timing screen to look at the steward penalty thing, and I opened it back up, and now it's just showing me nothing. Really annoying. A lot of things have made me angry today. What can you do?
So at the moment, closest battle at the moment is Sven Glehold in the number 7 BMW. I think he's just got into that car, because I think it was someone else driving it. In 28, he is just approaching.
I think he did have a stint earlier, but yeah, he's definitely not been in too long.
He has caught up, and he's only half a second off the back of Del Vecchio in 27th in the Bentley.
But there you go, yeah, he's in the, I think he's actually been a while, that's in the BMW, isn't it?
Yeah, unless I'm getting mixed up with Kloss, his teammate, who is also half a second off the back of Alfie Bevan in 29th.
Okay, so good battles near the back at least. Ben Australia looking to have a go at Del Vecchio actually. Oh, but Del Vecchio just keys to the racing line almost as though Sven isn't there. And now the LMP2 traffic comes through to lap them. Oh, just coming in at almost exactly the wrong moment there. A disaster averted for now.
And that's the problem for Del Vecchio.
A big slide there actually from the red LMP2 car.
I think we've seen them, that particular LMP2 car, do that a couple times.
Yeah, that might be the I want to say it's Wong Wai Song. I think it might be him. It's a little hard because there's no livery team sheet to check or anything, so you sort of have to rely on what the home screen said. Roughly where everyone is.
But yeah, they're back together now, and the Bentley going quite a way off, and he's had to concede the position to Lee Ho, but it doesn't look like he's quite done with yet. Here's Del Vecchio.
Yeah, Del Vecchio might get a decent run on the straight here. Let's have a look.
Yeah, about a car two coming onto the straight.
That noise. Yeah, not much that Del Vecchio can really do, unfortunately.
And slightly boxed by one of the, I think that was, one of the McLarens coming out of the pit. I think that could have been Savagna, because that's just put him out back in front of position of Sean Jones, although they are some 30 odd seconds apart from each other. And yellow flags out, and Hakimi has just lost a position to Novak and lost quite a lot of time. So I think the yellow flags are being at the moment is Mika Hakimi having a problem because he's been caught and passed by over 2 seconds for that 5th position.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Mika Hakimi was having a decent race up to this point.
He was putting in some pretty solid lap times up until that point. And yes, Hakimi has came into the pits, so I think his tyres probably flat spotted the tyres if he's had a spin. And Lucas basically keeping a 2.5 second gap to Petter, who's in 3rd position now. So I think it would be interesting to see what happens with Lucas towards the end of the stint, because he seems to come on quite strong towards the end of the stint.
Yeah, we see a penalty actually for that Ellie who's gotten it. Yeah, I think Ellie has come proper somewhere. Latia.
And
She was running around in 36th overall in LMP2. Oh no, that's her number 36. Sorry, you're running down in like.
she's 15th up.
That was it. Yeah. But, that penalty could put her in reach of Vladislav. The 717 RS's Unison. Then they've dropped back down the field. Really, they've not been all that consistent. They've set some good lap times now and again in the race, but they've generally dropped down the order from where they started, which is not what you'd expect. Usually, people ahead drop out and they profit.
And we're seeing on the timing screens, we're seeing Ross Benjamin down in 12th in the number 7 Orca, closing in on Olaf van der Stam, who is currently 2.5 seconds. Oh, it's ebbing and flowing slightly, but roughly 2.5 seconds between the two of them.
Looks like we're just seeing Mika Hakimi going to the pits. So, has he been going in and out of the pits? I can't tell because it stopped telling me when people are pitting.
He was. I think he's still in the pits from his incident that he had earlier that brought out the yellows. I didn't notice whether or not he came out and then has gone back in.
Yeah, he might still be in the garage somewhere on board. Yeah, he's just sort of at the end of the pit lane. There we go. No, he served the penalty, it looks like. Or any penalty he might have gotten. He's getting going again down in 10th.
So, Kimi going from 5th, he's now came out in 10th. Yeah, he definitely had some sort of moment or issue that has led him to come into the pits. I think, yeah, there must have been damage involved there. So, not particularly good luck for the second Orca AF P car. They were looking as though the way it was going that they had the possibility of making a podium out of it if other people came into problems, but now they've had problems of their own and now dropped from 5th to...
I just looked at the stream chat for some hints and somebody said that we were commentating was behind the live action.
Yeah,
I guess there's an extent that you can't help that because we're doing a weird screen sharing stream setup because it's literally the only way you can watch what's happening.
Yeah, I think you're watching it everything real time through your computer, and I'm.
Well, no, because Chris is streaming it, and I'm actually basically screen sharing Chris's computer and seeing it through that. And the problem, what feels like every 30 seconds, I have to reset it because the stream freezes, and I have to figure out what the hell's going on. Stressful, and it's like constant stress for like 4 hours in a row. Like really hard to not moan about it all the time.
Oh, and
ask to stop. So.
We see one of the is that a call? Is that a call that has gone off in orange and black in the background? He's onto the track.
I'd love to tell you, but the screen completely froze for me. Right, lots on to at least know who the hell we're looking at. There we go.
But at the moment we are viewing.
Only 15 minutes left.
Yeah, only 15 minutes left, and we're watching Hakimi recover from what was a bit of an incident. Although he's having to let people past in the LMP2. Monau Pitter, he's closed in a bit on second place. Sonvald, and although it looks like 15 minutes, and he's got a gap of 39 seconds, so that doesn't really look like that's going to happen. Lucas in 4th position. He's now dropped a little bit more. He's now 4.7, nearly 5 seconds off the back of a podium position. But it's still Josh Perwin, who has absolutely ever since Hatch had his problems, has basically just driven away with this, and he has dominated approximately a lap and a half ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, so seems like it's only a few short minutes till AFP get their first win, even if it's not going to be a 1-5 down to 2, it might just be a 1-10 in the end. Their lead cars in both classes have held things together. So that's why you put 2 cars in. If one things go wrong with one, the other one picks up the pieces. That's what's happened with the Chris Sonneveld's car, the Iris Motorsport.
As Kaffer gets a penalty. Now Kaffer is in the 77 Corvette. They're currently running last at the moment. But at the moment, as Kimi tags the back of one of the LMP2 cars and sends himself into a bit of a fishtail. He has, at that point, had made up a position on Nippon. However, because of that, Nippon has just got past him. But given the pace that Kimi
that was a
has,
big battle we were talking about earlier, wasn't it? Yeah, that was probably people trying to catch Nippon, wasn't it?
Yeah, as Kimi drying up the inside of one of the BMWs. Now Nippon has gone wide there. And the two of Nippon stands his ground, and Kimi is basically ran out of road. And the collision with, who was that? Was that Lucas? It was a car very similar.
I don't know. I didn't see what you were talking about.
Kimi basically was trying to go round the out of Nippon and got it all wrong. Went out onto the grass, and then as he rejoined, found one of the LMP2 cars trying to have a go up the inside, and both of them collided off onto the road.
Another penalty. That's all. Can't read it, the text is way too small.
Nippon has got a penalty. I'm not quite sure what for.
That ends that battle he was having with, was it Olaf? Yeah. So I just go through the order. Okay. Dying screen doesn't work. Josh Perwin leads from Gij Sonneveld. Molnar Peter is 3rd. Patrick Attila Lukacs is 4th. Martin Novak 5th. Cosmo Pasquiuto 6th. Stanis Pajord 7th. Joe Gosdistis 8th. Tony Nippon is 9th, just got penalty to serve. Olaf van der Stam is 10th. Mika Kimi is 11th, so he's got behind van der Stam. Ross Benjamin 12th, I think. Evan Miller is 13th. Eric Komedi is 15th. Vladislav Pavlov, the 717 RSS Unison, they're down to 16th now. Then it is Eli Pettifer 17th. And then the whole screen's frozen, so I can't see who's below that. Eli Pelletier, Calistola 18th. It is Camille Jabonsky, Charles Gide, and Marijin Pfeiffer rounds out the LMP2 runners that are still running.
And Kimi is trying up the inside of, I think that is Van der Stam just then. and well, at a lucky moment there, Van Stam manages to hold off for Kimi, and he's now negotiating the back markers, which is giving him a little bit of breathing space from Hakimi.
So we have 9 minutes left to go then. So, oh, look at that! Nick Hakimi really getting it wrong there, going very deep, and Van der Stam gets away.
Yeah, Hakimi, I think, driving very frustrated at the moment. He, up until whatever incident he had causing him to go have a very long pit stop, was lapping very fast, very good pace, and it just seems he's very frustrated at the moment, and he is starting to put in mistakes almost every lap.
It is not great to see. So, I don't know where the other battles are. Oh, his screen is gone. Completely, well. Has now. Oh. Be over at this point. Another penalty. Oh, was that for Ellie again? Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah,
I just caught the end of that.
Ellie, yeah, has got a penalty.
Give me like 5 seconds before freezing that time. Right, that's fine. Alright. At this point, I'm just going to scroll through the field and see if anyone's close to anybody.
Well, as it stands at the moment, Lucas is actually starting to close back in on Petter. He's brought about a second back now. What I was saying earlier, where towards the end of his stint he seems to have some sort of pace, is the fact that is he going to have are we going to have a race for third on our hands, or has he just left it a bit too late?
Much remains. Like Josh Perrin just his way through the traffic.
And also, whilst we were looking at this, Hakimi has managed to get back past Van der Stam.
Okay, the minute I turn away from that, something happens. Typical.
But yeah, at the moment, we've got Luke near 2.5 seconds off the back of Petter, with just under 6 minutes left to go.
There you go, there's Lukacs on screen at the moment. We haven't talked much about Mantis Rukas, but he's actually done a pretty flawless job. I don't think I've seen him or James Juba put a foot wrong all race.
Let's get to the steward's room now, please.
Oh, I've been called to the steward's room there, I didn't care who. It might be the other stewards that Chris Tompkins is just calling in.
So Lucas can see he's got an LMP2 car to negotiate, and now the car that he can see just in front of him now is his rival.
Yep.
Who
one car in between them.
found himself stuck behind one of the Corvettes, and he right onto the back of him now, and it looks like he's going to have a run onto the start-finish straight.
Here we go. Just gonna have to go around the outside here. Over in there.
He's got the outside, so trying to force it around the outside, but that hasn't worked. And Lucas has just received a penalty.
Oh well, that's definitely not gonna help him.
And he's nearly losing the back end and nearly taking Peter out.
Oh yeah, definitely not a great few moments for Patrick Attila Lukacs. I suppose this really means first and second, possibly third as well, are basically decided in LMP2.
Indeed, unless Lukacs does something. As he makes contact with one of the Ferraris.
Once again, can someone from Velocity Motorsports number 22 please come to the steward's room?
Ah, there we go. Well, they made it a bit clearer there. So it's Velocity Motorsports 22. So the only person in Velocity Motorsports 22 at the moment is Antonio Nippon, who I believe is driving at the moment. So.
Of what? Do these cars not have autopilot on it? You can just hop out and go to the steward's room and come back.
And defend your case, yeah. Yeah, interesting way of doing it. I wonder what Nick Bond is in trouble for. For battling with Kumadman?
Well, I saw that he got some form of penalty around the time when he was fighting with Hakimi, not long after he went wide. But I didn't quite see Nick Pong play involved.
Well, Nick Pong has actually been taken to the steward's room. They've dragged him in there. So it's almost a bit like Charlie Whiting climbing into the... Oh, not Charlie Whiting, of course, the late Charlie Whiting is no longer with us, but Michael Massey climbing into the car halfway through the race to give the driver a telling off. But, yeah, so... Yeah, I think the gap is still over 80 seconds in GT3 as well between Rukas and Pascal.
And Lucas is serving his penalty by the looks of things. He's in the pit lane.
Well, I guess there's no real option but to go to the pit lane. Ugh.
And Pasquetto in 6th place in the Royal Blue Racing is just under 2 seconds off of Novak, but we are a minute away from Perwin being our race winner.
Yeah, winning the first round of the season, of course, which would be a big boon for Video Force Polonia team, who've never won in LMP2 before. Have won once in GD3 with Rukas and James Duber. Haven't won LMP2. They've come close, they've fought to the front. Finally all come together. They won in other categories as well. AFP are very proud. On their Twitter account, they constantly talk about the other events they've done, but they never seem to have much luck at the highest level in EERC, and it looks like they can just keep going for the next few minutes.
Yes, and the time has run to 0.
There we go. So at the end of this lap, is the end of this lap and one more, or is this just the end of this lap? Then that's it. I think, if I remember correctly. Pretty sure this is it then.
Yeah, I believe it is it.
Josh Perwain, Abstaining Force Polonia, negotiate the last few corners. It has been fearless drive. Everything went their way today, didn't it? And fully deserved victories in the offing here.
They've been very lucky, but they've been very fast at the same time. So definitely fully deserved. They've kept their noses clean.
Yeah, you don't get a lead of over a lap by accident. Here we go. They power towards the start-finish line, and Josh Perwin takes victory at the 4 hours of NOLA in New Orleans, Louisiana. A superb victory for the App Studio for the team. Now we wait for second place. Sonneveld. Yeah, there we go. Sonneveld right behind, of course, a lap down. They take second place for Iris Motorsport. That's a great result for them. Here is Molnar making his way through the last couple of corners. They're going to hold on for a podium. It's great for the number 21 squad. But it's a case of what could have been for the number 95 team and Patrick Attila Lukacs, who have been very quick all day, but made a few crucial mistakes where it mattered. That means they just missed out on the podium. And of course we've got Martin Novak.
Very closely followed by the Royal Blue 13 car.
There it is, yes, of Cosmo Pasciuto.
So I think that basically finished across the line, best half a second between the two of them. So that was very close towards the end.
Let's not forget, here is our GD3 winner, the 999 AFE car of Mantis Rikas, is victorious in the GD3 class.
Yeah, and
59 seconds was the gap in the end, I think, over Christian Pascal. So Pascal did close a little bit.
But didn't really speak of him much this race. He's kind of just been in a world of his own in no man's land.
Yeah, Juba set him up a beautiful lead, and he maintained it very well. I think the gap was bigger than 59 seconds, because them having crossed the line, it's gone down to like 30 because they've all slowed down. Look, there we go. Blue Donuts, it's like they know we're watching. Oh, and the sister car bumps right into it. Oh boy. So, I suppose we should look at the final results and get some of our podium finishers in if they're not too busy. Here we go, race results. So, confirmation then. AFP 99, driven by Josh Perwin and Blake Checketts, that wins. It is in second is number 87, driven by Gus Sonneveld and Chris Gitsov, who we talked to earlier. Then third, it is Zoltan Barkoni and Molnar Petar. And number 21. In number 95, Patrick Attila Lukacs and Martin Mergeli are in fourth. Martin Novak is fifth, and number 23, his teammates. Number 13 is Cosmo Pasciuto. And of course, Jurika Siovnak, I think is how I pronounce it. That's his teammate. In seventh, in number 85, Stanislas Jord and Evan Perion. Then it is the Breeding Game Studios number 72 car in eighth of Joe Garstustis and Pavel Pankovic. Mika Hakimi, Massimiliano Ruboli ended up in ninth in the end, so they did recover a little bit after their late drama. So that's Singapore still in 97. Then there's Olaf van der Stan, rounds out the top 10, along with his teammate Ten Sonneveld. Look a little bit at the next page, hopefully. Hopefully that's up. I can't see because the whole stream is frozen on my end. So hopefully you're looking at 11th to 12th, which is Ross Benjamin, Evan Miller, Eric Kumadi, Vladislav Pavlov, the reigning champions, 14th in the end. Kalistola 15th, Ellie Pilaita. Again, I think it's the first time I've seen Ellie get to the end of a race, so good for her. In 16th, Camille Jabinski, 17th, Charles Gidey, 18th, Martin Precher, 19th, and last of the finishers with Florin Marty and all the others that didn't finish, Mario Sakana and Anton Nippon, sorry, was disqualified in the end. Oh, that's surprising. So obviously that was for not coming in. That was why they had that interview with the stewards. But obviously it didn't end well for Anton. But there you go. So that is LMP2. Then GD3. Mantis Recus wins for Absolute Force Millennium 999. Christian Pascal 77 in the independent Callaway Corvette entry, along with his teammate Liam Rance. Then it is Giuseppe Pastor and Nicola Pastor take third. And I think what's on their first races of the season with that number 73 entry. First time we've seen them in EERC. Triple eight Saviana. Bertel and Saviana was fourth. I thought that was a good recovery from Saviana and some good overtakes there. Then we've got Sean Jones in fifth. Some great defense from him as well in the 909. Ben Gillhead in sixth. Vinicius Del Vecchio in the 46 in seventh. Jeff Close, a little bit disappointing for him, but he ends up eighth in the number 77. Gabor Husti is ninth in the number 88. Alfie Bevan is 10th in number 35. And finishing off the GD3 field, we have Pascal Eggert, of course, our former commentator who was with us earlier for Free Bond Racing. Christoph Toff, 12th. Wyatt Hackley brings number 72 home in a lucky 13th. Danilo Nascimento is 14th in the 51. Sander Kaffer is 15th in the 77. Danny Robbins, 16th in the 979. Arnaud Potier, 17th in the number 5. Joseph Fagg, 18th in the 36. Chris Tompkins, 19th in the 45. Cheers, Chris. And Alex Skinner, 20th in all those last 5. Danny Robbins, Potier, Fagg, Tompkins, and Skinner failed to finish. So, and there's also, I think, one more non-finisher. See on screen. There we go, 2 more actually. David Tepper and Ben Skagax. I think that's how you pronounce it. Too many consonants. Okay, there we go. Well, thanks for joining me. But before we go, hopefully, time. I think Chris Gitzov and his teammate, Gitch Sommerveld, want to come in. So I could probably find them and drag them in to interview our second place finishers in the 2. There they are. I just found them and scrolled through.
User was moved to your channel.
Hello there. Oh, let's just get
Hi.
User was moved to your channel.
There we go. That's Gitch Sommerveld you're hearing, and of course Chris Gitzov, his teammate, both second place finishers in LMP2 here at NOLA for the first race of the season. So, guys, a brilliant result for you guys, but it sort of came with you guys picking up the pieces of your teammate car. So, how are you feeling?
We did our best. As I said earlier, they were very lucky, but they did very well. After our incident in lap 1, they did very well. We're very thankful to Jeff for allowing us to drive and just be able to be in this happy environment. So we did our best to thank him for this race and to do our best, because that's what racing is. We fight and try to get the best position possible. Sadly, we weren't in position to fight for the win. We had some issues, as you might have seen, and we did our best, so we're happy. The guys who won, Blake Jackets and Josh Privan, they were very fast. So
Indeed they were. It was always going to be a bit of a tall order, wasn't it, to get them? But you've held off some really strong competition near the end. Do you think this guy sets you up well for the rest of the season?
I think we might have a chance, but yeah, AFP is really fast, and also the other cars who took pole. are really fast, and yeah, I think we were easy trying to keep the car in one piece and drive it over the finish line, and that brings us P2. So yeah, we will see. Of course,
I think it was
the first
Angry
run.
Bull that took pole, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, we will see. Of course, Daytona next race, so.
12 hours, yes. So it's back to the lot more punishing distance.
Yeah, it's way easier to overtake GT cars. That's for sure.
Definitely not as narrow kind of karting track anyway.
No.
Is anything you want to say to anyone that might be watching?
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Yeah.
There we go.
That's, yeah.
Lovely to hear from you both, and I think Gid Sonneveld, I think we were really impressed by some of your laps towards the end there as well, as we were impressed by you early in the race as well, Chris. I think.
Thank you.
Really consistent driving, and second place is in LMP2 is a well-deserved reward. I believe it's your best result so far in EERC.
Yeah, I think that Le Mans was our first race, but we had issues there. We didn't even start the race, so yeah. And this is actually our first race to finish, and it's very good to see that we are competitive, that we're able to challenge. So next race we'll try to be even faster. So maybe we can fight for the win. Maybe not. There are a lot of other fast drivers, and we're very happy to be driving with them, against them.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. Ryan, do you have any questions for our runners-up in LMP2?
No, not really. I think you've basically covered it all. Obviously, they've shown that consistency is key, and again, managing to pick up where other people have fallen.
Exactly. So, thanks for joining us, guys, and we'll see you next time out at Daytona. And enjoy your podium finish.
We will definitely
Thank you.
Champagne is ready downstairs.
Yeah. Thanks for having us.
Yes. All right. I think I can drag in Ellie Pelletier with us. Available.
User left your channel. User was moved to your channel.
So we've just been joined by
channel.
Ellie Pelletier, who's just finished in 15th place, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh my god, 15th? Nice.
There we go. So, how was that from your perspective? A lot going on down there in the midfield in LMP2.
Yeah, I mean, literally 2 corners out of the pit after getting in, my brake pedal broke.
Oh no!
I was running with a broken brake pedal the whole of that entire driving bit I did, which didn't help.
That must be a deflating feeling when you step down and you don't get the response you hope for.
It was more fun than deflating.
Oh.
having to relearn the brakes.
Well, to be fair, I do know of a driver, and I won't name names, who went for a pit stop mid-race and had their wheels sort of accidentally disconnect on them, and they had to sort of reattach their wheel, and they lost the lead as a result.
Ooh.
That's kind of gutting. This is the sort of thing that can happen.
Yeah. I tried a hot fix in the pit lane, but it didn't work.
So Ellie, I think this is the first time I've seen you finish an entire distance of I know 4 hours isn't quite as punishing as some of the other distances we've done, like said the 8 hour, the 12 hour, or even the 24 hours that traditionally ends the season. But that must be a big deal for you to get to the end of the race, because it's so punishing sometimes, especially a really tight, narrow, twisty circuit like this is.
No, it's awful for multi-class racing, and I have finished quite a few races. Just
oh, okay, sorry.
Not anywhere
might be before my time.
Recognizable. Yeah. Yeah, the annoying, also another annoying thing is, I got a penalty for ignoring blue flags, and like straight up, no warnings. And the thing that makes it even more annoying is the fact that being colorblind, I cannot see the color of the flag being waved, especially blue as on the sky.
You should have a little voice that plays whenever you get a blue flag notification, like Sebastian Vettel, just going blue flag, blue flag.
Yeah, no, I have crew chief, but it's incredibly unreliable. It barely tells me when there's blue flags, which really, I'm just actually annoyed about that, because it's fine at night, like I can see it, but if it's in the daytime, I have to rely on such an unreliable thing like she telling me when there's blue flags.
Oh, you know, I feel you because I've had a bit of an annoying day as well. Because I woke up today and then it turned out, oh, you have to screen share with Chris and run the entire stream. All the overlays, all the cameras. And...
I was
yeah,
sending
it
all
didn't
the
really
help.
explain too much how to do it, but I sort of had to figure out as I went. They gave me a few basics.
Yeah, no, I was sending the help.
You were, yes, I remember. I was really
Yeah.
appreciative of that. And I'm sorry that I was contacting you while you were driving because I didn't realise you had gone out. It's
Yeah,
really
but
dumb of me.
that was during my pit stop.
On
where I
top of
was
everything
fixing
else you
my
had to deal
thing.
with, I was annoying you.
No, you weren't. I was in the pits when it happened.
Oh yeah,
like...
you said, I'm driving!
No, I just put driving because I was fixing the brake pedal
Oh
and
yeah, of course.
in the pits, and it didn't work, so I'm probably going to have to, what's it called? Try and sort it out before tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess so, if you've got any more races coming up. But definitely a good result for you and a good result for 360 Motorsports, of course, your team.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit annoying because we were running P4 for quite early on. We're looking to be actually in the running for a top 10. Except we took out Chris Tompkins' Ferrari. I got like 5 minutes of repairs.
It's a very jaggedy Ferrari. It tends to do a lot of damage when you hit it. Well, anyway, I think we're kind of out of time, but it's been great to hear from you, Ellie. And hopefully we'll see you again in action and doing even better in a much cleaner race with a more functioning brake pedal at Daytona.
Yeah, I've already got the setup made for Daytona.
Oh, wow.
I'm a bit now.
A lot of the others were saying they ran with a Le Mans setup here at a NOLA.
I can't remember what we were running, but I don't think it was Le Mans.
Well, it seemed to work okay.
Oh, yeah.
It can't be all that bad. Maybe you found something the others didn't. Best of luck for Daytona, and thanks for taking the time to talk to us.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. Well done for getting actually through the event.
No worries. It was a bit stressful at first, but you eventually got the hang of it. We need a better system, I think.
Get another keyboard, plug it in, and then you'll be able to have full control.
We did figure out how to change the camera angles because there was like a TV plugin that I found on Chris's desktop, and I was able to just click on the drivers that way. The only problem is it didn't account for driver changes, so I had to remember who was driving before and stuff like that.
That's why you look at the entry list.
Exactly, yeah. Anyway, I guess that's really all we've got time for. So, any final thoughts, Ryan, before we sign off?
Well, yeah, obviously, today's been an amazing race. I think it's been massive. We've started 2021 with a bang this season, and hopefully there is going to be more excitement to come.
Indeed. I can't wait for you to join us next time out in a couple of weeks for the Daytona 12 Hours, round 2 of the series. Will Abstino Force Polonia continue their domination, or will somebody else get it together? Will the 717 RSS Unison team start putting up a really strong title defense? Who knows? Tune in to find out. I've been Edward Hunter. This has been Ryan Ferris. Earlier joining us was Pascal Eggert and James Smith. And of course, all our guests. Thanks to everyone at EERC for putting on a great show for us today. We'll see